Hey guys, tonight we unravel the life of a woman shrouded in whispers, Matahari. Beneath that exotic name lies an ordinary Dutch girl. You might actually relate to more than you think, but don't worry, you probably won't survive this, because once we dive into her world, ours will seem almost mundane. Before we get cozy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Post where you are and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You stand in a modest Dutch home, brick walls, weathered by North Sea winds, a linen cradle pale, almost translucent, catches the first rays of morning sun in Leeuwarden, a town whose name evokes whispers of the sea. Here, amongst butter churns and wooden spoons, a baby's cry slices through the fabric of ordinary life. You watch as a small hand clutches an embroidered bib. This is Margaretha, but everyone will know her as well. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's savor this first moment. Experts think Dutch linen carries an ancient, comforting embrace. Perhaps this sheet, soft and almost ethereal, held not just newborns, but whispered family secrets. Can you feel its history? As you move closer, you might catch the faintest scent of lavender, which weirdly was rumored to have memory-boosting properties back then. Historians still argue whether these scents truly shaped our ancestors' minds, but for now, it's enough to believe. This bedroom is filled with practical treasures, a wardrobe whose hinges creak, a nightstand with a candle's remains. Each item tells its own story, the fabric of a normal life about to become anything but. You hear children's laughter spilling from next door. It's a soundscape woven with simplicity, wooden toys clattering while outside. Bicycles line up patiently. But soon, an ordinary Dutch girl's name will echo through palaces and battlefields far beyond Leeuwarden's reach. Imagine a schoolroom now where Margaretha, still our baby of the Dutch linen, will soon find chalkboard whispers becoming her first secrets. They say the chalk dust clouds on blue gingham aprons hold the promise of unspoken futures. Maybe young Margaretha scribbled equations that hinted at destinations far beyond her small-town schoolroom. Those equations, now lost to time, carried calculations, yes, but also dreams still unspoken. The fringes of history tell us that during her childhood, even the simple act of buttoning her sweater was a ritual of independence. One local legend suggests that kids often turned such mundane tasks into competitions. Who can button their coat first? You can almost hear the echoes of laughter, the competitive whispers now. Hold tight to that image, but those same hands, future hands, will later trace far more significant lines. Lines that weave destinies, secrets that travel across borders. Historians still argue whether those childhood games contained seeds of her later cunning. Maybe there was something, even then, in the way she methodically won each small contest, something hinting at the patterns she'd weave years later. Look closer to where the home's wooden table sits, its surface worn not just by age, but by countless elbows and eager fingers. Meals were held here, debates about church sermons and farming cycles. Did young Margaretha hear whispers about distant lands during these long dining hours? Tales spun by seasoned travelers or adventurers. A family friend, perhaps a merchant or a sailor, might have woven stories of spice markets and tropical sunsets across the table's surface. Those whispered tales held promises of a world far larger than the modest confines of Leeuwarden's cobbled streets. Let's consider how, at night, Margaretha's room might transform completely. The simple cotton sheets and hand-me-down quilts cradle not just her body, but imaginations that soar through dreams. Did she dream of dancing figures, perhaps exotic birds painted across her mind's canvas, dreams shaped by the fabrics enshrouding her, silks that weren't theirs, but maybe belonged only to that imagined world beyond? Her dreams, layered under heavy quilts, might well carry the very seeds that would, years later, sprout into a dance that captivated nations. Her early bedroom holds more than just sleep. Each wall's soft creak tells of growing pains, hidden rebellions. Historians still argue whether it was here, amidst these 4 fabric-covered walls, where she first imagined a different life, or perhaps it was by peering from the window, the very frame that held a gaze too restless for just one small town. So, as we linger in this birth room, inhale the scent of well-worn wood and dreams deferred, remember how every seemingly ordinary fabric, every whispered bedtime story carries a hint of destiny. How those earliest days beneath Dutch linen might have held secrets that no one saw. But she, even then, felt whispering beneath her very skin. In those soft, almost invisible threads, we find the beginning of a story that stretches far, far beyond her birthplace. Each woven fiber, a step closer to the enigma Matahari. Yet, as you drift with this cradle's lullaby, understand that the threads holding us now are the same ones that once held her in that ancient Dutch home. And perhaps, just perhaps, tonight's tale begins in the rustle of linen as a newborn dream, ready to unfold. Now think of her young heart beating, daring against the sturdy fabrics of that tiny cradle, waiting for the world to become a stage. Imagine, too, how even then, those first cries might have echoed through time's hidden corridors, each breath, each fold of swaddling fabric, silently promising a life that would eventually rewrite the rule books of her era. It's with that promise we leave this room, stepping gently into her story's first real act. So as we drift forward, remember these first threads, how they, simple as they were, contained possibilities that would ripple through history. Tonight's journey is just beginning, but the origins of such tales lie in the quiet embrace of well-worn fabrics and the daring whispers of those who become legends. You step from your birth announcement's Dutch linen rustle, its whisper now faded into silence, into a new world stitched with classroom blues. School days. Ah, they never feel like espionage training at the time, do they? Here, chalk dust dances on blue gingham, its grid pattern promising geometry's order. Mrs. Backer's voice carries lessons of angles and arcs over desks, polished by 1,000 absent-minded fingers. Her ruler taps rhythmically, not a weapon, but an instructor's baton marking the march of knowledge. You see rows of ink pots holding secrets darker than anyone suspects. Those nibs weren't just for homework. They etched coded doodles in math margins, maps of imaginary heists. Let's be honest, who could concentrate on Pythagorean theorems when the world outside smelled of adventure? Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's love of mathematics actually sparked her future encryption skills. In this blue gingham classroom, you're introduced to Dutch colonial history. Empire maps stretch from paper atlases. Java's lush green promises whisper through trade route pages. Here's where the seeds land. Exotic whispers carried by those silk scarves from Java. But even then, you probably didn't dream they'd someday hide your most restless ambitions. Lunch breaks reveal the quirky fringe of history's web. Your classmates argue over who the town's best gingerbread baker is, forgetting that during such ordinary school hours elsewhere, children were literally smuggling secret messages in bread crusts. Dutch bakeries had covert networks too, you know. Mrs. Hendricks, with eyebrows like a permanent exclamation mark, assigns essay topics. She probably thought you'd pen about agricultural exports or shipping canals. She couldn't have imagined her star pupil would someday be crafting espionage reports beneath Parisian street lamps. Here's the mainstream fact. Mata Hari was born in Leeuwarden, a town not famous for international intrigue, unless you count the cheese market disputes. You gaze at the classroom globe, its countries marked in pastel politics. Mrs. Backer places a pointer fingertip on Leeuwarden, says in her no-nonsense voice, "This is where you start," but your eyes scan beyond to Java with its promise, then further to Paris's glittering abstraction. Oh, but teachers never get fired for underestimating their students' wanderlust, do they? Your desk's carved initials serve as the first symbols of rebellion. Future codes will flow far more elegantly than GH plus JL 1896. But the principles remain the same, a secret etched in plain sight, waiting for the right eyes to decrypt. Afternoon bells release you into the schoolyard, where swings held high above trampled clover patches create a skyward path. You leap down, feeling the first taste of freedom. Freedom here means running past boys discussing cricket scores tomorrow. It might mean evading actual cricket bat-wielding guards. Recess brings a game historian's oddity. That time, during a game of red flag, your friend Hank twisted his ankle so spectacularly. Half the school had to take first aid training. Remember that, who knew a twisted red flag could inspire future medics. As dusk fell, the blue gingham classroom's chalk scent dissipated, leaving that distinctive waxy aroma of school-issue pencils. Historians still argue whether those pencils, more than any empire's propaganda, secretly wrote the first lines of colonial resistance. Your evenings, while more ordered, carried the same seeds of rebellion. Family dinner tables with strict etiquette rules, conversations about proper Dutch customs, but you sat at those tables imagining silk sarongs, whispering exotic invitations. Sleep came with windows open, allowing starlight to paint dreams. Leeuwarden skies stretched the same distance as tomorrow's possibilities. Stars here twinkled in Dutch patterns, but your future's constellations would dance to Javanese rhythms under the watchful eyes of your parents. Bedtime lectures about Dutch propriety laid bare the cracks of a stifled world. Ladies don't, they cautioned. Well, Mata Hari would soon define her own dictionary, one where lady meant multiple languages, secret lovers, and an unparalleled flair for dramatic exits. But for now, school desks held your atlas. Mrs. Backer's firm voice became a metronome for your dreams. Every geometry line might as well have been a spy's map, every history date an invitation to rewrite the future. Mainstream fact number 2. Leeuwarden school buildings still stand today, filled with unsuspecting pupils whose doodles probably won't change world history. But then again, that night, dreams carried you toward the blue gingham's promises. The classroom's lingering scent became tomorrow's perfume, a world where espionage hid beneath the most innocent fabrics. And even in sleep, whispers persisted. That same Dutch linen from your birthplace now seemed to weave itself into school desks' polished grains. It carried secrets that stretched across continents, secrets that held the promise of silken scarves from Java and velvet cloaks of Parisian nights. So you see, even in the most ordered classrooms, freedom dances on blue gingham edges. History's most infamous spies didn't start with grand plans. They began with the simplest question, whispered beneath Mrs. Backer's chalkboard. What if? You wake to the crinkle of starched linen sheets, those white pillows now feeling far too stifling beneath your adventures. Java beckons like velvet dusk, an island where silk scarves aren't merely fashion, but potential disguises. Your parents still saw you as their proper Dutch daughter, but experts think those same starched collars hid an unraveling spirit. Every sip of sweetened tea carried whispers of exotic spices, while newspapers brought tales of distant islands and the life they might hold. Ah, here's the mainstream fact. Before Mata Hari became a global enigma, she left for Java in pursuit of love. Love, that most common of human motivators, intertwined with espionage's more clandestine embrace. Your imagination dances through Batavia's bustling streets, now Jakarta, to modern tongues. Feel the humidity wrap around your neck like a silken noose, teasing out ambitions only half formed back in Leeuwarden. Here, the Dutch colonial elite mingled with Javanese artisans, an explosive blend of cultures that bred both attraction and unrest. Mainstream meets quirky. Did you know experts debate whether Mata Hari's fascination with local fabrics actually fueled her love of theatrical disguises? The same silks that veiled Javanese dancers might have later hidden coded letters beneath her petticoats. But the real question, what drew you to this island crossroads? Was it the allure of a military man's crisp uniform, the respectable facade for a future of whispered secrets? Or did the very air hum with revolution's electric promise, pulling you toward roles both overt and undercover? Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's Javanese sojourn was merely a romantic escapade or the true birthplace of her espionage instincts. You wander through market stalls dripping with batik patterns, colors so vivid they seemed to absorb sunlight. Here, cotton prints aren't mere textiles, but narrative tapestries, each stitch a whisper of ancient stories. Fingers brush the woven mysteries, wondering, could such designs encode messages for future rebellions? Your days now stretch beneath the weight of tropical sun. Afternoons are spent in shaded verandas where silk sarongs offer both comfort and concealment. Tea poured with sugared grace masks conversations that flirt between innocence and treason, a perfect training ground for coded speech. Quirky tidbit. Legend says Mata Hari once used a banana leaf fan to signal a rendezvous. Who knew fruit vendors could double as intelligence assets? The colonial clubs here glittered with European formality. Yet, beneath their polished surfaces churned an undercurrent of nationalist fervor. Your evenings, punctuated by the clink of china cups, masked debates that would shape entire continents. Those china cups might hold tea by day, but by evening, they whispered strategies against imperial control. You remember that one humid afternoon when a chance encounter with a Javanese silk merchant revealed life beyond colonial pretense. His fingers glided across fabrics as if conducting history itself. Experts think those bolts of batik weren't merely merchandise, but cultural manifesto wrapped in threads, each stripe a symbol of resistance. Here's where the mainstream meets open debate again. Mata Hari's fluency in local dialects remains a mystery. Historians argue whether her command of Javanese was survival skill or an intelligence officer's asset in disguise. As night fell over Batavia, shadows stretched longer than banyan branches. Gas lamps flickered like uncertain alliances. Your silks whispered promises, not just of love, but of freedom, though that freedom would require navigating a labyrinth more complex than any palace corridor. Your evening strolls became mental maps for evasion, each alley potentially sheltering secret couriers. You lingered in gardens where jasmine blooms masked conversations as old as the spice roots themselves. Those whispers beneath the moon, were they merely lovers' murmurs or blueprints for independence? The line between romance and reconnaissance blurred beneath tropical stars. Mainstream fact reminder. Some historians suggest Mata Hari's return from Java marked her transformation from curious traveler to active agent. Others claim that was merely Western projection onto an enigma they never fully grasped. This was the Java where you learned to read between the saris and read beyond the sarongs, where each bolt of fabric carried not just color palettes, but entire political spectra. Those fabrics whispered not just of personal dreams, but of national awakenings, awaiting the right hands to unfurl them. You could feel it then, that electric charge in the humid air, a pulse that demanded more than Dutch propriety. This was the crossroads where Mata Hari became, well, not Mata Hari yet, but someone who could become anything at all, depending on what role the fabric demanded. So you carried those silken secrets as you returned aboard ship, knowing your life would never again be as simple as blue gingham classrooms. Those starched sheets back home had begun fraying into the complex textures of an agent's life, with every seam concealing not just past whispers, but future missions. Because once the exotic silks of Java's evening souks have stitched themselves into your dreams, no amount of Dutch linen can ever smother the restlessness they ignite. Mata Hari's fabric-threaded narrative flows into its most clandestine chapter. Brocade curtains conceal a hidden tryst. You return from Java, but not as the same Dutch daughter who boarded that ship. No, that starched, linen-clad girl was left on a tropical dock. Every velvet hemline now carries the weight of whispered secrets. Here in Europe, heavy brocade curtains become perfect allies for clandestine encounters. They seem decorative, holding soft candlelight glows, but experts think they hide much more beneath their floral patterns. That famous photo of Mata Hari in her diaphanous gown, historians still argue whether that was merely an artistic portrayal or a coded map of her espionage network. Those folds, those shadows, did they trace out secret paths in Berlin's darkest alleys? A mainstream fact, Mata Hari's first documented espionage activities emerged post-Java. That return trip held more than just silks and memories, but a strategic shift detectable in the patterns she wove through Europe's capitals. Your rooms back home became not just a resting place, but a stage for double lives. Those brocade curtains, they shielded lovers from scandal's eyes, but also concealed hurried meetings with shadowy government agents. As you part the thick velvet, sunlight dappled your face, but you know the real dramas played out in darkness. Each time the curtains closed, so too did the world tighten its view around your actions. Quirky tidbit, did you know Mata Hari once convinced a tailor to embed maps within her gown's lining? Silk folds could hide far more than just a delicate silhouette. Imagine strolling into a Parisian salon, each fabric crease transmitting coordinates of vital military locations. Experts think the brocade's textured heaviness provided perfect cover for this dual life. beneath its formal opulence, a whole underworld operated, hidden trysts, coded messages, the brush of fingertips across secret documents, passing in the quiet, heavy gloom. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's Javanese training in fabric symbolism directly influenced her espionage code. Each pattern possibly had layers, a tapestry not just of beauty, but of intelligence pathways. As you adjust the brocade's folds, your movements both reveal and conceal. On the surface, a well-dressed woman; beneath, a shadow play of alliances and covert maneuvers. Every visitor who passed through your door, cloaked in the curtained twilight of these dim rooms, became part of a larger narrative hidden in plain sight. In the world's eyes, Mata Hari became a femme fatale, an exotic enigma wrapped in oriental scarves. But what of those who saw her in quieter moments, seated amid the velvet drapes, a cup of tea steaming between conversations that never quite settled into social chatter? Those brief exchanges, were they merely idle gossip or coded commands disguised as pleasantries? Underneath Paris's evening glow, your life threads became more intricate. With each silken whisper and velvet brush, the brocade curtains didn't just shield scandalous liaisons, they harbored the roots of wartime conspiracy. So as you sit in your half-shrouded room, the curtains drawn against the evening, remember not just the lover's touch you await, but the coded signals woven into your every movement. Behind their tapestry, your future twists into far greater mysteries than any salon gossip could have anticipated. Because once you've danced the fabric-strewn paths of Java's alleyways, even the most opulent European curtains can't hide the revolutionary pulse beating beneath imported silk and age-old embroidery threads. Tattered army coats reveal old whispers as you step into the shadowy world of early espionage. Back in your dimly lit room, beneath those velvet-draped brocade curtains, you find a tattered coat, a seemingly ordinary relic from decades past. Its worn fabric holds hidden pockets, concealed beneath seams that have seen far more than simple tailoring. This coat whispers of Mata Hari's clandestine dance between lovers, secret agents, and wartime machinations. Each threadbare inch becomes a map of concealed messages and strategic maneuvers. This was no ordinary garment. It was a conduit for wartime intelligence. You run your fingers along its inner lining, feeling the ghosts of hidden letters and tiny folded maps nestled in its seams. Experts think these discarded soldier garments were the perfect disguise for carrying sensitive documents. Mata Hari's espionage activities often leveraged the overlooked, war-torn clothing abandoned by soldiers who would never return. Each uniform, each coat carried tales of battles, but now they held clandestine missions. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's most daring plans emerged from coded messages in these very garments. The fringes of the old green will hold tiny metal hooks for badges long lost. Did they once proudly display rank insignias? now replaced by covert purposes. In military archives, tattered coats were logged as abandoned debris. Yet, in Mata Hari's hands, they became vessels of war's silent symphony. Mata Hari's unique expertise, understanding military routines, deciphering codes, wasn't just from grand salons or exotic travels. It might have emerged from her keen observation of these everyday battlefield relics. She understood that the less impressive an object appeared, the less suspicion it drew. Remember those brocade curtains hiding lovers. Imagine army coats concealing vital correspondences slipped between soldiers' coats in darkened trenches. You pull the coat closer, inhaling faint traces of campfire and gunpowder. Each breath takes you deeper into the mind of a woman who spun wartime into webs of deception. Tattered seams and faded stains belie the intensity of coded whispers and secretive networks woven through Europe's chaotic landscape. Here, no velvet opulence, just the starkness of fabric bearing the grit of real survival. A fringe tidbit, experts suggest one of Mata Hari's espionage techniques included memorizing maps from the pockets of military coats, reciting them through seemingly innocent dinner conversations. Each wrinkle, each fold held more history than the grandest tapestry wall displays. As you slip your arm into its sleeve, you feel a tug of connection to long-past agents who depended on these simple coverings. Perhaps one wore it while delivering secret communiques between army lines or whispered covert commands to waiting scouts. Folded within each patch and thread lay more than survival. There was an art to espionage Mata Hari mastered. Historians argue whether her success hinged more on seduction or this knack for blending with the background's fabric, tattered, unremarkable, and yet unforgettable. Imagine for a moment Mata Hari herself, adjusting the folds of her elegant gown over a coat just like this, knowing the true gravity of the information it concealed. Under the flickering light of a chandeliered ballroom or the dim lamps of clandestine meetings, these threads remained her greatest allies. They carried the pulse of Europe's most dangerous secrets, each touch, each glance, a dance of subterfuge against the backdrop of war's harshest realities. And as you part the brocade curtains one last time, leaving the cozy confines of your private world, you're acutely aware of the weight those tattered coats carry. Beneath their simplicity lies a silent echo of strategies, whispers, and coded exchanges that shaped the fate of nations. They weren't just discarded relics. They were the woven tapestries of Mata Hari's audacious spirit, threads entangled in wartime's most perilous symphony. Paris nights unfold beneath the flickering glow of gas lamps lining cobblestone streets. You find yourself nestled in the velvet embrace of opera capes that whisper tales of laughter and intrigue. Each sweep of fabric tells the story of a city alive, with secrets layered like the very garments that brush against evening air. Imagine you stepping through heavy wooden doors into the opulent world of the early 20th century. The hum of soft violins mingles with murmured conversations in Paris's grand theaters. Here, beneath these velvet cloaks and feathered headbands, life sparkles with both brilliance and danger. Experts think these luxurious garments were carefully chosen not just for style, but for concealment. Mata Hari thrived in these intoxicating settings. Paris in World War I was a nexus of espionage, where every social encounter was a potential exchange of information. Historians still argue whether her greatest triumphs happened on the elegant stage of Parisian theaters or in the quieter corners of café society. Perhaps it was in both, hidden beneath the shimmering fabric of her velvet cape. The fringe tidbit comes from whispered gossip in 1917. Experts speculate that Mata Hari once smuggled an entire military map stitched within the intricate patterns of a silk glove, an item small enough to pass unnoticed in social gatherings. Such intricate artistry meant nothing was too trivial to bear the weight of war's whispers. In your mind, picture her gliding between the velvet curtains, the subtle rustle of finely woven silk whispering secrets only the trained ear could discern. The richness of Paris nightlife wasn't just in the grandeur of its architecture, but in the delicate intricacies of its high society garments, each seam a potential carrier of wartime intelligence. Mata Hari's legend is interwoven with these elements: silk, velvet, and the air thick with possibility. Beneath these layers, the pulse of espionage beat quietly, like the soft strains of a nocturne played on a grand piano. Every opera cape's lining could hide a folded letter or message wrapped around the delicate frame of a covert directive. Did you know that one of her favorite cafes, La Rotonde, still holds an unclaimed table? It's preserved as a museum tribute to the spies and artists who once rubbed elbows there. Beneath the table's velvet drapes, hushed exchanges may have transferred fates, or perhaps more mundane matters of the heart. Some say the capes and veils Mata Hari wore were imbued with scents designed to linger just long enough for their stories to unfold. A passing whiff of lavender or musk meant to distract, even as it drew you closer to dangerous truths. Experts think the very air of Paris held these secrets, kept alive by the fashionable fabrics of its elite. As the evening deepens, her figure blends seamlessly into the shadows cast by street lamps, each garment both armor and camouflage. Here, in these vibrant Paris nights, the dance between visibility and invisibility played out most dramatically. Beneath opulent exteriors, the city held its breath, waiting to see who would step forward next in Mata Hari's intricate waltz of deception. Historians still ponder whether it was the allure of her performances or the layers of mystery in her attire that held greater sway over both allies and enemies. Was it the woman or the whispers in her cape's lining that ensnared them? Perhaps It was an irresistible blend of both, creating a legend that would outlive the bullets that ended her life. And as you leave the vibrant memory of Paris, remember this: beneath the glow of gas lamps and the sweep of velvet drapes, the pulse of espionage beat quietly. Each fabric, every thread, played a part in crafting the silence through which history's greatest secrets slipped into the night, leaving only their echoes behind. You find yourself in a small, sunlit room lined with mirrors and wooden floorboards that creak beneath your feet. An old player piano quietly tinkles through Chopin's nocturnes, its notes floating into the corners like forgotten dreams. Gauzy ballet ribbons hang from the walls, each one a whisper of ambition caught in the soft morning light. You're surrounded by the relics of past performances, where young dancers once rehearsed in the hope of greatness. Here, ballet becomes an echo of a woman who danced through history's shadows, while experts think her public performances may have masked her deeper secrets. It was actually in these private studios that movements became more than mere steps. Each pirouette and plie etched her spirit into the floor's very wood, secrets passed through generations via dust and sweat and practiced art. Mata Hari's entrance into the world of dance might seem unexpected, but it was through its discipline that she discovered how to move between cultures and identities. Historians still argue whether her training enhanced her espionage techniques, or if it was merely another layer of her complex life story. Could it be that the fluid grace of a perfect arabesque also helped her navigate the rigid, secret-laden world of military intelligence? Behind the sheer curtains that let in the sun's tentative fingers, young ballerinas would share tales of their childhood fantasies. Did they know that they practiced alongside a figure who danced between life and death in two very different stages? Imagine Mata Hari here, amid those ribbons and reflections, whispering stories through her movements, each turn, and leap a silent dialogue with unseen powers. Fun fact: some believe she developed her own signature scent by mixing hints of rose water and eucalyptus leaves from her walks. This, combined with the scent of freshly polished wooden floors, would leave an aroma that lingered like the memory of a ghost long after her presence. Experts argue this signature blend may have had covert purposes too, possibly used in coded communications or to mask the scent of concealed papers. But it was in the subtle art of mimicry that Mata Hari's dance training proved its worth. Her performances allowed her to learn the subtle cues and gestures, to sense danger and deceit well before they became overt threats. Every rise onto the balls of her feet was perhaps also a strategic step in a far more dangerous game, one whose stakes were lives, loyalties, and silent heartbreaks. In this sun-warmed studio, you feel the very air buzz with the energy of past performers. Notice how those thin, gauzy ribbons once tied around delicate ankles have loosened, swaying just slightly in the barest of breezes. They carry tales untold of girls who dared to dream, and a woman who dared history to remember, each strand woven with the invisible threads of fate. Remember those crocodile dung sunscreens used by ancient beauties. Mata Hari took care to apply a similar vigilance to her own skin and persona. Beneath layers of soft tulle and sweat-soaked silk bands, she learned to present a facade where each move concealed a dozen hidden meanings. Those ribbons might have looked simple, but to a trained eye, they contained narratives as complex as the dances that spun through this room. As the notes of the player piano wane, you glimpse the faded grandeur of wall murals depicting ballerinas mid-flight. Beneath the worn varnish, their faces capture expressions of rapture and desperation in equal measure, perhaps mirroring her own duality. Did the artists know that they painted a sanctuary for spies, creating spaces where illusion and reality blended with the elegance of a perfectly executed fouette turn? One quirky theory claims that some routines involved tiny, coded gestures known only to her closest confidants. Historians still argue whether this is an exaggeration or a true secret language born from the intersection of art and deceit. But here, amid the gauzy ribbons that still tremble with past movements, it seems altogether plausible that each pirouette concealed encrypted whispers of world-changing plots. Mata Hari thrived in this world of whispers and gestures, where every motion was a step toward freedom or a leap into the abyss. The ballet studio becomes a sanctuary, but also a maze where hidden doorways and obscured paths concealed as many dangers as they did dreams. Each ribbon flutters as reminders of a time when dance and deception intertwined with startling grace. As you turn to leave, the wooden boards groan beneath the weight of imagined histories. Each creak echoes tales of dancers and spies alike, leaving you pondering the delicate balance between the artistry of the dance and the intricate choreography of a life lived in shadows. The final strains of the nocturne play you out, promising that the stories woven into these ribbons will dance on whispers through time, light as air, but strong as fate. Worn leather gloves hold the chill of secrets as you enter the darkened room where whispers seem to hang in the air. Old wood-paneled walls keep silent vigil over rusted spy gadgets, and yellowing telegrams spread across an oak desk. Even in this stillness, you can almost feel the pulse of urgent messages rushing through invisible veins. Beneath the dim glow of an old oil lamp, a stack of government dispatch papers sits precariously, edged with the creased folds of countless hurried hands. Each sheet carries the weight of unspoken orders and the faint ink smell of desperate decisions. These weren't just letters, they were lifelines, and sometimes death sentences. Fun fact: experts think Mata Hari's favorite technique was a double bluff. She'd let enemies think they'd fooled her, only to outmaneuver them when they least expected it. This strategy played out on both world stages, and intimate conversations, just like how those worn gloves once moved fluidly over piano keys or trigger mechanisms. In one corner, a set of tarnished brass goggles hints at the clandestine night missions where espionage danced with danger under moonlit shadows. Worn leather bands bear the faint scent of gunpowder and cologne tiny narratives of tension, seduction, and escape, all wrapped in tactile memory. Quirky tidbit. Some say Mata Hari carried a locket containing not just a daguerreotype, but also a small compartment for microfilm, while experts argue whether this was mere folklore or ingenious concealment. It adds another layer to the life she artfully masked with her feminine allure. Historians still debate whether her espionage success came from sheer charisma or an intricate network of informants and coded missives. In this dimly lit room, both explanations seem plausible. Each shadowy alcove could have concealed a secret meeting, and each worn glove might have hidden a vital document, or even a hidden blade. You imagine her here, perhaps at midnight, when the house was quiet and danger felt closest. Fingers flying over an old typewriter as she crafted another layer to her complex narratives, shifting alliances, forged documents, whispered promises. The worn leather gloves she wore would have masked any traces of oil or ink, ensuring no physical evidence lingered to reveal her true identities. Picture the clandestine exchanges that happened just beyond the room's edge. A swift palm exchange in a crowded salon, a casual cigarette shared in a moonlit garden, each one played out in layers, much like the many materials that wrapped her delicate instruments of tradecraft. Even the seams of her gown might have hidden razor-thin maps or paper-thin instructions. Some experts claim Mata Hari's true genius lay in her ability to keep even those closest to her at an arm's length. That distance wasn't just emotional, but a survival strategy, an echo of how these worn leather gloves might have protected her from the very metal tools she wielded so precisely. Even those who thought they knew her were merely reading the outermost layers of a complex, coded text. It was said that during her high-stakes games, she'd leave an almost imperceptible fingerprint, usually in crimson, on documents she'd vetted. A calling card, a personal touch in a network of cold machinery. The red stain on a worn page might whisper tales not just of espionage, but of humanity too, perhaps a reminder of her many masks. The thick, heavy scent of old leather mingles with faint hints of lavender and metal. Did she choose this room as her sanctum, in part, for just this reason? Multiple sensory veils to confuse anyone who might inadvertently wander nearby. If true, each element contributed to an experience designed to unnerve the unprepared and reassure those in the know. As you explore, notice the peculiar angle of the room's only window, almost as if it were built for moonlit trysts. Imagine her one night, pressing her gloved fingers against its rough panes, contemplating 1,000 possible tomorrows, her mind shifting through them faster than any cipher machine, each turn of her wrist mirrored in the silent spaces where hidden truths lay tangled like the many chords and strings in this enigmatic place. In these shadowed corners, you realize how every material, from the worn leather to the crisp dispatches, played a role not just in Mata Hari's missions, but in the broader play of wartime survival. Those gloves provided not just protection for fingertips, but also insulation from a world too often cold and calculating. Every material touched and handled was another secret kept. The wooden floorboards under your feet creak, as if acknowledging the heavy burdens once carried here. Here, in this sanctuary of whispered codes and encrypted truths, each object breathes stories only half told, each relic a key to unlocking facets of a life still debated by many. Legends may fade, but the tactile history endures, waiting for those willing to uncover its deepest truths. The floorboards shift beneath your steps as you move toward a narrow doorway, half hidden behind a worn velvet curtain. You lift the fabric, it feels thick, with a soft sheen that whispers forgotten decadence. Behind you, the desk with its stack of government dispatches stands silent, tethered to the gravity of its secrets. Ahead lies the realm of royal intrigue, where embroidered hankies traded places with tiaras. You step through, entering a space that seems almost suspended in another dimension. The walls, adorned with delicate Chinese silk, contrast sharply with the room you just left. This room holds a different kind of power, one woven with threads of gold and the lightest whispers of secrets too fragile for brass and oil lamps. Here, the air is permeated with an aroma of olden roses, dried lavender, and a hint of luxury's decay. On a mahogany table rests an intricately embroidered handkerchief, silk interwoven with tiny pearls. You pick it up. Its delicate embroidery tells a tale not just of craftsmanship, but of clandestine messages passed during royal soirees. This hanky could carry whispers of betrayal or promises of affection, hidden within the floral patterns that seemed so innocent. Historians still argue whether such coded messages were common, but here, among the relics, it feels almost certain. Fun fact: experts think Mata Hari carried a small needle hidden inside one of her heels. It served dual purposes, repairing her seams during elegant social gatherings and subtly altering garments to conceal vital notes. You glance around, noticing gilded frames on the walls, holding portraits of dignitaries with stern eyes and poised expressions. Each of these faces could be a puppet in her grand theater, manipulated by threads unseen and connections unspoken. One painting in particular shows a regal woman with a haughty gaze. Was she an ally, an adversary? Perhaps both. Some experts believe that Mata Hari's beauty was strategically enhanced, not just by cosmetics, but by subtle accessories that redirected focus and lent airs of royalty. Here, in this room, even the smallest object holds the weight of her cunning. The embroidered handkerchief could have been a distraction, an elaborate misdirection, while more consequential notes passed hands in secret. Quirky tidbit. Legend suggests one of Mata Hari's hairpins contained enough cyanide to fell a horse. Though some experts call this tale a myth, its persistence underscores the sheer intrigue surrounding her presence in these high-stakes circles. Historians still debate whether her close brushes with royalty were personal dalliances or strictly professional maneuvers. Could those embroidered hankies have exchanged stolen glances as easily as coded letters? Here, in this lavish sanctuary, where whispers hung in scent-laden air, the truth remains elusive. You examine an ornate jewelry box made of inlaid wood, its tiny drawers filled with brooches, each one heavy with symbolism. A forget-me-not here, a silver crescent moon there. Each pin could carry a message, an allegiance, or simply serve as a token of Mata Hari's own enigmatic aura. The tiny compartments in this box hint at a life structured in segments, each piece meticulously placed, but ready to be rearranged with a swift change in strategy. You recall rumors. Did she once wear a tiara to a secret gathering in a Parisian salon? Perhaps to blend in with the royals, or maybe merely to divert attention. Such an accessory could have shifted perceptions entirely, framing her as a European aristocrat rather than a mere courtesan with ambitions of political influence. The room seems to breathe alongside you, each delicate sent a strand in the fabric of her life. You think about how these materials, from embroidered hankies to bejeweled pins, crafted an entire world where power was measured less in grand palaces and more in subtle exchanges. Every fold of silk, every glimmer of gold thread served a higher purpose than mere decoration. Fun fact: experts think that at some royal gatherings, Mata Hari's dance costumes were lined with lightweight steel for both elegance and self-defense. Not just beautiful fabrics, but wearable armor. Here, among the vestiges of royal decadence and silent whispers of velvet drapes, history's tapestry is woven not just with threads, but with the fragile remnants of handkerchiefs and the hidden weight of secret alliances. The boundary between personal passion and professional espionage blurs, much like the shadows cast by this room's flickering candelabras. Historians will continue to argue whether Mata Hari's ties to royalty offered strategic advantages or merely personal satisfaction. But in this suspended world, where the scent of roses lingers, each object tells a story of layered truths, where elegance masked intent and whispered promises carried the weight of nations. You step into a dimly lit chamber, its walls lined with sagging shelves, holding rolls of brittle, weathered paper. Each sheet breathes the scent of dust and long-forgotten ink. This is where the whispered silks and embroidered alliances find their coded echoes. Here, the world unfolds through the tattered threads of telegraph paper, each fragment heavy with the secrets of covert networks. You touch a yellowed sheet, Its paper crackles like dry autumn leaves beneath your fingers. Scrawled across its surface is a series of seemingly random numbers and symbols. While modern eyes might see chaos, these were the precise instructions that navigated Mata Hari's every step across wartime Europe. The seemingly innocuous numbers carried weights beyond measure, hidden beneath layers of clever misdirection. You imagine her in Paris, her fingers deftly transcribing these codes into memory before passing them across a crowded room with a sly smile, a stolen glance. The room holds its breath as you think of how these papers might have changed hands, slipped under plush pillows in luxury hotels, or exchanged in the most ordinary of settings like cafes filled with laughter and clinking teacups. Every detail matters. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's encoding system incorporated elements of cryptography derived from musical notation. Could her coded messages have been so poetic, echoing the waltzes she danced in glittering ballrooms? The worn paper in your hand feels substantial now, not just as physical evidence, but as a relic holding stories of resilience and danger. Each code phrase, untraceable to the untrained eye, hid secrets vital to the movements of armies and the shifting tides of alliances. The paper's fragility betrays the monumental impact it had in a world teetering on the edge of chaos. Fun fact: during her arrest, a search revealed she kept a tiny scissor in her corset, allowing her to dismantle messages instantly as a last-ditch effort to safeguard sensitive content. You pause to consider this, Mata Hari, poised and graceful, slipping into rooms lined with velvet and shadows, only to leave behind fragments that would be reconstructed like puzzles from these faded sheets. The very fibers of these papers carried her presence, elegant, defiant, resourceful. A fringe theory even suggests that certain seemingly random ink splatters were intentional, serving as markers for messages to be prioritized or discarded. Imagine the thrill and the terror as these pieces were decoded under candlelight, each symbol revealing a crucial next step in her intricate dance. Historians speculate whether the coded dispatches included mundane-seeming elements like poetry lines that layered extra meaning for those in the know. Such artistry would be in line with Mata Hari's own flair, blending aesthetics with the mechanics of espionage to perfection. Here, you almost feel the air vibrating with the weight of possibility, coded language whispering through the porous paper's decay. Some experts argue that her intelligence methods evolved directly from the textile codes used by Dutch merchants and spies in the 18th century. Could the fabric of her upbringing have threaded its way into her revolutionary espionage techniques? You wander deeper into this archival space, moving past relics whose significance you've only just begun to grasp. You find yourself marveling at the duality these fragile sheets represented, instruments of war, but also of human connection beneath layers of ink and code. Even among faded telegraph papers, you feel her presence, a whisper in the margins, a promise hidden within the symbols. In the corners of this room, under the yellowing glow of ancient lamps, echoes an unspoken truth. These papers aren't just remnants of wartime secrets, but a testament to Mata Hari's enduring legacy. She knew when to dance and when to strike, turning delicate whispers into an orchestra of clandestine operations recorded on fragile paper sheets. Fun fact: Mata Hari could memorize up to 70 coded phrases in a single afternoon. Experts think her photographic memory skills were honed during her extensive travels through Southeast Asia. You think of the coded messages carried within her dance steps, each pirouette a symbol, each move a cipher. Perhaps her very limbs were an extension of these brittle scrolls, movements infused with the same precision and intention as the marks on weathered telegraph paper. Each step forward through this room seems to unravel another layer of her intricate double life. Here, the boundaries between the material world and the ethereal dances she performed blur, connecting fabric to function, silk to secrecy. The coded maps etched in telegraph lines might as well have been danced upon by Mata Hari herself. Each step a coded message, each twirl an encrypted directive. You trace your fingers over more coded sheets. In here, even the faintest pencil mark might decode to world-changing decisions. Yet, amid all these secrets, you hold onto one certainty. Mata Hari navigated it all with elegance and steely resolve, her very essence woven into these fragile maps of wartime Europe. Historians still argue whether she saw herself as a patriot, an opportunist, or an avant-garde artist of political theater. But amid these decaying sheets, it's clear Mata Hari's essence transcends simple labels. She was an enigmatic force whose presence shaped a fractured world, hidden within layers of coded whispers and fragile paper. And as you leave this room laden with its brittle stories, you feel like you've danced through another part of her life, your own steps weaving through history's veiled pathways, guided by whispers etched in fading ink. The fragile scripts you held now echo through time, silent but potent reminders of the life lived, and the lives altered through a remarkable dance of espionage, elegance, and secrets held in the threads of war. You emerge from the archival chamber, the weight of coded telegrams still lingering in your mind. As you step into the next room, your attention is drawn to sleek silk stockings hanging from ornate velvet mannequins, a curious yet strangely elegant display. Each pair, with its subtle sheen, reveals more than just the fashions of the past. Under different lights, these stockings aren't just luxurious accessories. They tell a covert story. Hidden beneath the glimmer lies the art of concealment, specifically concealed weaponry. One popular method involved hollowed seams that cleverly housed the grip of a small pistol. This transformation of a seemingly benign garment into a tool of self-defense is an unexpected surprise hidden in plain sight. Here, historians still argue whether these concealed weapons were more a reflection of Mata Hari's pragmatic self-defense or a symbolic extension of her defiance. Imagine gliding through wartime Paris with such secrets, each step both elegant and armed. You find a faded news clipping pinned nearby, April 1917. A French intelligence officer claims that Mata Hari's stockings carried hidden knives. It's a sensational detail, one that adds to the lore of an enigmatic woman straddling the line between myth and reality. These stockings became whispers of steel beneath silk, a constant reminder that appearance and substance were ever in play. Historians whisper about the possibility that she trained with European sharpshooters, blending the art of espionage with physical prowess. Could she have perfected target practice in settings as opulent as Parisian ballrooms? A far cry from conventional spy training grounds. You pause at a silk stocking delicately stitched with tiny roses. But beneath this floral motif, the texture seems uneven. Your fingers find a seam thick enough to conceal small blades or thin, folded maps, ingenious hiding spots in plain view. One of the most intriguing fringe theories you uncover suggests that Mata Hari encoded messages within the embroidery patterns of her garments. Imagine the subtle play of thread conveying secrets as easily as spoken French at a cocktail party. You think about the dual nature of these garments, both alluring and defensive. Mata Hari's ability to present one face while concealing another was her ultimate weapon. Whether navigating Parisian cafes or covert drop-offs, her attire functioned as both an expression of femininity and a shield against vulnerability. Recall those coded telegram papers you touched moments ago. Much like the fragile sheets, these stockings were layers of meaning wrapped in elegance. Every pirouette wasn't just grace, but a concealed directive, each subtle movement echoing through her double life. Historians still debate whether she considered these covert methods as tools for a noble cause or a pragmatic approach to survival. Was the weaponized stocking an act of wartime patriotism or a reflection of her intricate, ever-layered identity? As you trace the delicate silk, you sense the quiet power these stockings held, whispers of rebellion, shrouded in an almost ethereal beauty. Mata Hari's dual life became a ballet of deception. Each silk thread was an invisible dance partner. In the corners of this room, you almost hear the ghosts of past whispers, stories of secret codes and hidden steel blending seamlessly with silk's shimmer. You're not just viewing relics, you're witnessing the choreography of survival during times of great turmoil. So you move forward, entranced by how these remnants still breathe life into history's shadows. Walking away from the mannequins, you carry with you the sense of an unspoken power, the duality of grace and protection, beauty and strength. In this room, every shimmering silk stocking tells a story of resilience, of a woman who threaded danger and defense through life's intricate fabric. The seams hold secrets, the fabric defiance. What more lies hidden in the folds of history, waiting to whisper its own silent truths? You step into the soft glow of the next exhibit, where lace nightgowns, their delicate patterns softened by moonlight, invite you in. As you approach, one gown catches your eye. Its intricate lace speaks of both tenderness and secrecy, hinting at deeper stories hidden within their airy weaves. When you think of Mata Hari, romance may not be the first thing that comes to mind, but the lace speaks of intimate liaisons that played a crucial role in her life. These nightgowns reveal more than just the aesthetics of her world. They whisper tales of forbidden passions and alliances formed in the most clandestine of settings. After all, who could resist the allure of both love and danger intertwined so beautifully? Perhaps, you think, the tender touch of lace held whispered promises as well as secrets. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's love affairs were merely convenient cover stories, or if they ran deeper, each tryst serving both her heart and her espionage needs. As you explore further, a small display card catches your attention. Hand-stitched lace from the Alsace region. Its intricate patterns tell their own story. Experts think this craftsmanship was originally a mark of regional pride, transformed through Mata Hari's life into something far more clandestine. Imagine the silken threads carrying messages as easily as a lover's caress. You pause to consider a particularly delicate nightgown. Its lace, a masterpiece of shadow and silence. Some accounts suggest that Mata Hari's lovers were often well-placed diplomats and officers, a perfect setup for a woman with ears that needed to be everywhere. Was each silk's whisper a brush against skin, or a covert gathering of priceless intelligence? One quirky theory you come across asserts that Mata Hari embedded faint, nearly invisible symbols into her lace patterns, akin to a secret code, readable only to the trained eye. Historians still speculate. Was this merely a fascination with the mystique behind her persona, or a reality woven into the very fabric of her attire? Each piece here is an embodiment of duality, an elegance masking a pragmatic undercurrent. Lace, traditionally the emblem of femininity, now seems like a carefully chosen shield, protecting while charming. This was especially true in wartime, where every glance could have been a game-changing strategy. You recall that moment with the silk stockings hiding weapons, and how their dual nature was a blend of allure and utility. The nightgowns, in their soft mystery, follow this same logic, but at a different level. While stockings spoke of protection, these lace gowns seem to speak of alliances and shared whispers, each a thread that could unravel a world as easily as they could mend a heart. Remember the coded telegrams you saw earlier? Like those fragile sheets, these gowns unfold stories layered with meaning. Each button fastened in the flickering candlelight, each delicate fabric rustled, perhaps, into coded promises exchanged in the dark. Mata Hari's ability to weave romance with espionage made her both fascinating and formidable. Was every meeting held beneath the moonlit whispers of lace, both a lover's tryst and a covert briefing, each tender caress, perhaps a silent transfer of secrets, as significant as the coded telegrams you passed earlier. As you trace the lace edges, you sense an air of quiet audacity, of a woman who knew how to intertwine passions with power. Did these delicate gowns hold whispers of love, or were they silent exchanges of critical intelligence? In this intimate space, you almost hear the heartbeats of those whispered promises, stories of clandestine love and covert alliances, blending seamlessly with the delicate lace. Each gown tells a tale of both allure and survival, a quiet testament to a life where passion was both a weapon and a refuge. So as you walk away, the delicate lace of Mata Hari's nightgowns clings to your thoughts. Between their folds lie stories of resilience, love, and subterfuge, of a woman who understood that power can be wielded in many forms, and elegance is sometimes the best disguise of all. And what more lies hidden beyond these lace edges, waiting to unfold their silent truths in history's intricate lacework. Torn battle flags flutter in the muted light, remnants of allegiance's ambiguity. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's loyalties ever truly shifted, or if her every move was calculated cunning. You step forward, fingers ghosting over the frayed fabric edges, as if hoping to unravel the mysteries hidden in their tears. These battle flags may seem like relics of brute force, but remember the delicate lace from the nightgowns. Everything carried meaning in her world, even the most rugged of fabrics. The banners themselves tell silent tales of dual identities, each thread, once a vibrant color, now weathered by time and strategy. Here, a historian's whimsical theory catches your eye. Did Mata Hari's use of torn battle flags as messages imply something more than mere coded communication? Could they have been an elaborate charade to misguide her pursuers? A diversion cloaked in the chaos of wartime symbolism. Experts think these flags might have served as both literal and metaphorical shields, their tears masking her true intent. Imagine these flags being passed through covert channels, their wear and tear, a clever disguise hiding encrypted locations and meetings. You wonder if the battle itself added noise to her coded communications. Were those tears strategically incorporated to mask crucial information? Some argue these artifacts could reveal more about espionage tactics than the battles they originally represented. Take a moment. Picture Mata Hari in a dimly lit room, her eyes scanning a torn flag. She might have seen less about war and more about strategy, a cryptic map, a symbol etched into the fray where others saw only damage. That's the genius of ambiguity, isn't it? It obscures as much as it reveals. This strategy might explain why historians still argue whether her shifting loyalties were genuine or just masterful deception. The flags might have carried dual messages, A plea for peace in one reading, a call to sabotage in another. Even fabric is capable of holding secrets when wielded correctly. The colors blend together, each shade fading into the next. You remember the silk stockings with hidden pistils, a similar form of camouflage. What you see isn't always what's there. Historians debate whether Mata Hari's adaptability was her greatest strength, or merely the role she played most convincingly. Some fringe theories suggest Mata Hari invented a whole language of fabrics to communicate. If true, these flags might have been part of a more complex coded system, their colors and tiers representing messages only meant for her eyes, and those she trusted with her life. Take, for instance, an offhand remark once made. Did Mata Hari really believe in any of her various allegiances? Or was she orchestrating an unending ballet of deceit? Each flag a step in this dangerous dance. Experts think her ability to embody different roles came from a deeply ingrained understanding of fabrics, many languages. You notice how one flag seems to flutter differently, as if a secret's whisper tries to escape. Was it torn in battle? Or was it meticulously shredded by Mata Hari herself to ensure her covert communications? One thing is certain. Historians still argue over whether her shifting loyalties reflected a true traitor or a master strategist. Each tier, each faded hue, contributes to a puzzle only she could piece together. When you think of spies, you picture shadows in alleyways. Did Mata Hari take it a step further? Using fabric, a common object in its simplest form, to embed multiple layers of meaning. Was every piece of worn or torn fabric a silent conspirator in her grand schemes? Look closely at these flags. They're not merely symbols of a fractured world, they're maps, stories, strategic plans. You ponder the irony. History remembers flags for the battles they represent. But here, they're more likely tools in the silent wars of espionage. Did Mata Hari feel genuine loyalty, even for a moment? Or was she always one step removed from each cause she served? An eternal debate. In her world, the threads of betrayal and allegiance were woven so tightly, even the strongest pulled the wrong way could unravel her entire life's work. This leaves you with the question, when each flag was handed to you, folded respectfully, yet so heavily frayed, could it truly represent the chaos behind it all? Or was it merely a player in a script of her own design? In every torn seam, the threads whispered secrets of wars, but which were fought with guns, and which with intentions much more covert. So you leave the weight of her world heavy on your shoulders, the torn flag's whispers staying just at the edge of your awareness. Behind each tier lies a mystery as intricate as her life, a blend of myth and perhaps a hard, unreadable truth. Frayed noose ropes hang in the dim light, unspoken regrets woven into every fiber. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's final moments held a flicker of remorse, or if her stoic composure masked an elaborate performance. Even then, You reach out, your fingers brushing the coarse fibers, as if trying to unravel the final threads of her enigmatic story. These noose ropes may seem like crude symbols of fate, but remember the silk stockings with hidden pistils. Every object in her world carried a hidden meaning, even the most unyielding. The ropes tell silent tales of choices made, each strand a reminder of the tightrope she walked between life and death. Here, an unusual theory comes to mind. Did these noose ropes serve as a final coded message? Perhaps woven into the fibers was a last, desperate plea, or perhaps a defiant farewell. Experts think these ropes might have been yet another layer of her grand narrative, a chilling reminder of the stakes of her game. Imagine these ropes being crafted, loop by loop, each twist possibly hiding a last word or symbol only she could understand. Could they have been a dark reflection of her own life's threads, ready to snap at any moment? Were these ropes a final, twisted emblem of the fragile balance she maintained between betrayal and loyalty? Take a moment. Picture Mata Hari in her last moments, her eyes scanning the noose's coarse fibers. She might have seen not just death, but a final statement, a cryptic reminder of her choices and their irreversible consequences. That's the irony of such an object, isn't it? It reveals as much about one's life as it does about one's end. This finality might explain why historians still argue whether her fearless composure was a mask for desperation, or the calm of someone who'd always been in control. The ropes might have carried dual messages: surrender in one reading, resistance in another. Even the humblest material is capable of holding secrets when crafted with intent. The texture is rough, unyielding. You remember the lace nightgowns holding silent lovers' promises, an intricate web of desire. What you grasp isn't always what's seen. Historians debate whether Mata Hari's defiance was her true nature or merely the role she played to the end. Some fringe theories suggest each knot in these ropes could have been carefully measured to pass on hidden knowledge. If true, the very noose might have been part of a more complex cryptic system, each twist representing a message only meant for those who dared to decipher them. Consider this. Did Mata Hari believe in the causes she represented, or was she orchestrating an unending symphony of duplicity, each knot and loop a silent note in her perilous performance? Experts think her ability to embody different faces stemmed from a profound understanding of life's fragile balance. You notice how a rope twists eerily, as if a final whisper tries to escape. Was it crafted deliberately to hide a last, silent note of rebellion? One thing is certain. Historians still argue over whether her steadfastness reflected a calculated ploy or an unbreakable spirit. Each knot, each fray, contributes to a mystery only she could decode. When you think of spies, secret codes and hidden messages come to mind. Did Mata Hari push these methods to their darkest extremes, using the noose, a symbol of doom in its simplest form, to embed layers of final thoughts? Was every twist and loop a silent testament to her resolve? Look closely at these robes. They're not merely symbols of a tragic end, they're maps of uncharted minds, final missives, and silent wills. You ponder the irony. History often records nooses as mere death sentences. Yet here, they could be tools of a final, silent rebellion. Did Mata Hari feel any moment of regret? Or was she always steps ahead, even in her last moments? A debate for the ages. In her perilous dance, strands of defiance and acceptance were woven tightly. The weakest tug on a single rope could change her entire narrative. This leaves you with the question: when each noose was handed down through whispers of history, could it truly hold the complexity behind it all? Or was it merely an actor in the final, tragic act of her grand design? In every frayed strand, a mystery as intricate as her life whispered silently, but which secrets lay in shadows, never to see the light. Threadbare maps unfold, their fragile whispers stitching wartime strategies into your awareness. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's espionage prowess lay in her seductive dance, or her keen ability to read between the lines of fraying parchment. You run your fingers over the maps, feeling the ghostly outlines of plans long past, each crease a step toward an uncertain fate. Wartime strategy demanded secrecy, more intricate than locked codes. Relying on the fragile fabric of old maps, remember that worn leather glove, holding secrets in its creases. Here in the heart of conflict, maps were stitched with silk-thin threads of intent that could unravel with a single wrong turn. Each pinhole might mark an assignment, each faded ink line whisper a silent command. These threadbare maps, did they hide a lover's clandestine meeting spot, or the perilous location for an assassination attempt? Imagine the dual lives carried in such delicate remnants. A strategic retreat disguised as a romantic tryst, a covert invasion masked in the garb of a dance performance. The irony is thick. Battle plans carried on the same material that could have once sewn a bridal gown. Experts think Mata Hari's genius lay in leveraging the mundane, transforming innocent textiles into webs of intrigue. Consider this: was there a code woven into the very fabric? Not just between the lines of text, but within the pattern of the weave itself. Some speculate that these threadbare maps came from high-level meetings, where the thinnest threads conveyed messages so subtle they were overlooked by almost every observer. Could it be that each frayed edge held another layer of meaning? A cartographic labyrinth guiding not just soldiers, but Mata Hari herself through her most perilous deceptions. Each stitch of thread represents an echo of her life, tightly bound. Each knot a potential snare in the grand tapestry of war and diplomacy. You think back to the torn battle flags that held allegiance's ambiguity, flags that once fluttered above soldiers' heads, now reduced to remnants, carrying cryptic traces, just as those flags could signify both glory and defeat. These maps carried promises of victory and undertones of betrayal. Some fringe theories insist that Mata Hari used thread colors to align with different nations' codes: a red thread for British roots, a blue indicator for French positions. Picture it, an innocuous map carrying the hidden pulse of an entire theater of war. Historians remain undecided whether she orchestrated such elaborate schemes or simply operated on a keen, improvisational edge. One thing remains certain: her maps, like herself, held layers of potential meaning. As you trace the delicate folds, the whisper of history clings to your fingertips. Could a single glance at these maps unlock both the route to triumph and the path to doom? Experts believe Mata Hari navigated this duality with an ease that belied the intensity of her circumstances. Her maps, threadbare yet sturdy, fragile yet unyielding, mirrored her own complex identity. These maps held within their thinning fibers a dance of coded communications, so advanced they might have easily tripped the uninitiated. They carried hidden paths, potential ambushes concealed between the lines, each wear and tear a silent testament to an existence built on strategy and survival. Imagine this: a simple meeting point might lie in a corner crease, a hidden alliance in a fold's shadow. Did she rely solely on her inherent charm, or was her true genius anchored in these intricate, fragile maps she wielded with deft hands? A debate as timeless as the maps themselves. Could the very weave of the cloth carry a Morse code of sorts, decipherable only to those who fully understood the craft? The threads, historians argue, were as much a part of Mata Hari's arsenal as her renowned charm. Perhaps each knot, carefully tied, indicated a message only for those with skill and patience. It's easy to imagine Mata Hari under a lantern's flicker, her gaze sharp, threading possibilities into a design that could turn the tide of any conflict, or turn her into the master manipulator history still debates. Every torn edge of these threadbare maps might carry a memory encoded, a silent tale waiting for someone to unpick its secrets, waiting, perhaps, for you to uncover the next step of her story. Famous disguises, an art form unto themselves, required Mata Hari to transform not just her appearance, but the very essence of her being. Costume jewels, strategically placed, revealed not wealth, but truths cleverly buried in glitter. Historians still argue whether her prowess in disguise lay in mastering accents or altering silhouettes. You picture the sparkle of rhinestones masking dark secrets, each glint a whisper of another identity. Consider this: a single brooch might convey entire coded messages. Picture Mata Hari adjusting it in a Paris cafe, the casual gesture disguising its deeper significance. During her espionage years, accessories became armor earrings that concealed spy glasses, watch fobs hiding miniature maps. Experts think Mata Hari's flair for fashion transcended mere vanity, weaving practicality with precision. Theatrical costume changes often demanded rapid transformations. Imagine this: a quick shift from a French society matron to a German officer's mistress, facilitated by concealed layers and cleverly pinned folds. Mata Hari's wardrobe was a battlefield, each garment a strategic choice. Did she select that emerald green gown for its rich color, or for the secret compartments sewn within its bodice? Some intriguing whispers hint that one of her famed jade pendants served as a microdot vault, storing sensitive documents invisible to the untrained eye. Picture her adjusting the pendant nonchalantly during negotiations, its cold surface holding volumes of information. Was it her poise that impressed the powerful, or was it the subtle, hidden dance of her fingertips across a necklace's links, each touch a determinate cue? Imagine this scenario. Mata Hari arrives at a lavish gala clad in a shimmering evening dress. To onlookers, she's enchanting, but to those in the know, her attire is a carefully scripted play. The train of her gown, a signal to her contacts, its length altering with each encoded step. Those diamonds on her collarbone, indicators of a safe house or a compromised alliance. Each accessory an ally in her espionage ballet. Fringe beliefs linger that Mata Hari's most infamous look, the sheer oriental style veil, wasn't merely about allure. Some say that its delicate fabric could conceal facial features from photographic identification if needed, throwing investigators off course. Could the whispers of exotic silk carry shadows of covert communication as well? Historians remain undecided on whether Mata Hari exploited these techniques deliberately, or if they were born from necessity's quick wit. Mata Hari's skill wasn't limited to European couture. She reportedly mastered the Indonesian Batik method, using it not just for aesthetics, but to conceal messages beneath indigo wax. Imagine intricately dyed textiles carrying coded maps or tactical plans beneath layers of patterned dye. Could the flow of those batik designs have mirrored the choreography of military movements, each swirling motif marking a hidden path? In each costume lay an alternative self, a narrative thread woven with equal parts creativity and caution. Experts think Mata Hari's genius resided in her duality, wearing disguises that allowed her to blend and disappear at will. Some of her most daring exploits relied on this shape-shifting skill, whether it was infiltrating high-stakes conferences or evading capture through expertly staged diversions. As you envision her standing before the mirror, pinning a brooch into place or adjusting her neckline, you realize no detail was left to chance. Each sparkling piece carried not just a story, but an entire future, mapped out between gemstone facets and glittering strands. Historians still argue whether her mastery of these disguises was sheer brilliance or a desperate gamble. But one thing remained clear. In each transformation, Mata Hari became an enigma, leaving her true self elusively hidden. Reflect on the evening when a single bracelet saved her from an unwelcome encounter. Rumor has it that the clasp opened to release a hidden blade, an insurance policy against danger. In that moment, a piece of jeweled craftsmanship turned from decoration to shield. Was Mata Hari's wardrobe more than just a collection of garments? Could it have been an arsenal wrapped in silk and satin, designed to deceive and protect in equal measure? She moved through life as though playing a grand role, each entrance and exit carefully scripted. Picture this: Mata Hari donning a simple yet ornate hat, its broad brim casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring expressions. Simple elegance masked her real intent, each accessory more than mere adornment, but a tool for survival. Could the placement of her hatpin hold clues for rendezvous locations or safe escape routes? You recall tales of her exotic headdresses worn during private shows, feathers concealing surveillance devices, intricate turbans hiding encrypted notes. Experts think that her flair for fashion extended beyond mere style, merging functionality with beauty. These costume jewels weren't just glamour, but armor-sparkling shields, hiding truths behind their gleaming facades. Imagine the day a single pearl earring, its luster catching the ambient light, served as a communication device, transmitting Morse code through subtle vibrations. Historians ponder whether such fringe innovations were part of Mata Hari's arsenal or embellished folklore. The allure of mystery clings to her reputation, each shimmering piece of her identity leaving a trail of questions long after her final bow. She moved through the world cloaked in finery, yet beneath the surface was a master artisan of espionage, her every accessory a double agent for deception. Could the shimmer of those jewels echo silent strategies, each glint a Morse code of survival and subterfuge? As you piece together the final strands of her story, the secrets behind each disguise reveal not just a life, but a performance, layered, complex, and ultimately breathtaking. You prepare for what might be the most dangerous mission, yet the final undertaking that would either cement your legacy or seal your fate. The old soldier's coat, worn at elbows and frayed at seams, holds truths heavier than its threadbare fabric suggests. It's said that Mata Hari's last assignment was shrouded in both literal and metaphorical darkness, a twilight operation requiring careful navigation of allegiances and loyalties. Within its capacious pockets, whispered secrets curl and shift, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Hidden compartments within the garment's lining held coded coordinates, disguised under the odor of musty wool. Experts think that the choice of an unassuming coat was deliberate, less likely to draw suspicion, while granting access to high-risk environments. Its unremarkable nature was a shield, wrapping dangerous revelations in drab exteriors. Even the very color of the old soldier's coat carried significance: khaki, dulled by time, yet echoing the battlefields where earlier parts of her story unfolded. Historians still argue whether the coat was an actual relic worn by a combatant or a clever facsimile created by tailors in Paris. Imagine unthreading a seam, revealing a silk paper map that had been meticulously hand-drawn by Mata Hari herself, each minute detail encoded in seemingly innocuous swirls. She had a reputation for blending high fashion with practical espionage. What better way than to use a weathered garment that seemed to belong to someone else entirely? Perhaps it was a deliberate echo of her first espionage days when she traveled through European battlefields. The coat would have been an effective disguise, hiding her identity from prying eyes, accustomed to seeing uniformed officers and hurried diplomats. You consider how seamless the transformation must have been, stepping into a role that carried none of the usual glitter and glam. Some whisper that the old soldier's coat held one more secret: pockets lined with fine steel mesh designed to deflect blades. Could this unassuming garment have been both a weapon and armor? Fringe theories propose it may have contained another concealed layer, quick-dry ink hidden in inconspicuous zipper tabs, ready to rewrite documents on the fly. Imagine the tension. Mata Hari clutching her coat tight, her fingers brushing against these miniature arsenals just moments before a dangerous meeting. Weaving through shadowed alleyways and crowded boulevards, she moved with purpose, yet caution. With the coat wrapped tightly around her frame, each footfall felt laden with consequence. Experts think it was during this final mission that the weight of previous transformations pressed against her most heavily, layered within the coat's heavy wool. Imagine the sweat beading at her brow, not from the warmth, but from the proximity to discovery. As you trace her journey, remember how critical clothing choices were to her method. This old soldier's coat could have easily hidden the telltale signs of a hastily concealed document. Imagine Mata Hari pausing in a secluded alcove, her fingers deftly swapping out coded missives. The coat's loose drape would easily conceal such movements, allowing her to maintain an illusion of harmlessness. An odd fringe theory suggests that the coat's buttons, worn from countless fastenings, might have concealed miniature keys to safety deposit boxes in 3 different European cities. Picture her testing each button's fit, ensuring that each one was both functional and concealing. This kind of attention to detail bordered on obsessive, but perhaps in her world, it was necessary. Historically, her final mission was a complex web of double crossings, coded rendezvous points, and hastily relayed messages. Yet one wonders, was there one last secret sewn into the old soldier's coat, something even her closest confidants never realized? The very fabric, once inspected under specific light, might reveal an entirely new narrative, a final letter of intent, or perhaps a map to a previously undisclosed location. You ponder this as the story draws near its end, the old soldier's coat whispering its final truths. Every frayed seam and patched elbow was another layer of Mata Hari's enigmatic life, woven into clothing designed to hide, protect, and ultimately to reveal. Even in an ordinary man's coat, she found extraordinary ways to embed her espionage ballet, leaving us to question which elements were deliberate strategy and which the mere happenstance of survival. The coat was her farewell disguise, as intricate as any elaborate gown she once wore, masking intentions beneath its unremarkable facade. Experts think we'll never fully untangle all its secrets, that those pockets still hold clues waiting for the next generation to discover. Historians continue to debate the true significance of that soldier's coat, a testament to a woman who understood that every garment tells a story, even one as weathered and unassuming as this. One thing is undeniably clear as you step back from her tale. The old soldier's coat was much more than clothing. In its seams and linings, the ghost of Mata Hari weaves her final, enduring mystery. You see the morning light creeping through thin prison bars, but not for you. You are standing in the room where she spent her final night. The woolen blanket lies in crumpled repose, its threads worn from anxious, sleepless nights. Just hours earlier, it had been clutched tightly around her shoulders, offering warmth against the cold, unyielding stone of the prison cell. Yet now, it drapes lifelessly over the bed, its softness a cruel contrast to the granite reality of her situation. Every fold and crease in that blanket tells a story of restless movements, of a mind too charged to find peace. You notice how the once pristine weave is marred by smudges and tears, residues of her nervous hands, perhaps, or desperate moments of hurried movement. Each imperfection carries traces of her fleeting hope and inevitable resignation. Historians still argue whether that blanket was an inadvertent comfort or a silent torturer, its warmth a mockery of the life slipping away outside those walls. Experts think the weight of the wool was symbolic, perhaps serving as a reminder of more luxurious experiences, velvet dresses, or gauzy shawls from her dances. Imagine her thoughts drifting through the night, weighing those soft silks against this coarse, prison-issue fabric. But tonight, even the slightest warmth of the woolen blanket would have felt like a luxury. You ponder if, in those last hours, it transformed from mere necessity into a symbol of her fading resilience. In another quirky account, some whisper that the folds contained hidden notes, messages to accomplices or secret keepers. Was there ever a moment, perhaps just before dawn, when her fingers traced out one final, cryptic appeal for escape? An unseen ally might possess the code to unlock those weaved mysteries. Perhaps it was mere fanciful thinking, a way for others to maintain hope in the hopeless. Her final night would have been spent staring at the ceiling, where shadows danced in the flickering candlelight. Even with eyes closed, rest must have eluded her. Some say the blanket's fibers even carried her scent, a faint, lingering reminder of the woman who once dazzled the grandest salons and theaters of Europe. Imagine pausing to breathe it in, catching a whisper of her jasmine perfume, now mingled with the acrid aroma of the prison. This woolen remnant doesn't just signify cold and fatigue. It embodies the juxtaposition of lives, the lavish and the grim. Experts think it's a somber reminder of how quickly fate can overturn the tables, leaving a celebrated heroine in such dire straits. With every twitch or toss of that blanket, she might have been trying to shake free the memories of her glory days, or perhaps clinging to them as anchors against despair. Historians still argue whether the guards left the blanket unfolded as a message, a final taunt for anyone who might come after her. Or was it an uncaring afterthought, a piece of fabric just as disposable as the lives of those confined here? Maybe, just maybe, it served as a last, unintended kindness, a silent witness to the strength and struggles of the woman who had once been so much more. You linger, tracing the contours of the crumpled woolen blanket, contemplating the finality it represents. Each rough thread and sagging line echoes with the heartbeat of her last moments of freedom. You picture her rising despite the blanket's residual warmth. She would have done so with a chill gripping her spine as dawn approached. Her woolen blanket might now rest quietly. But in this sacred moment, you touch the essence of her defiance, resilience, and inevitable tragedy. As you leave the room, that blanket whispers a final story, a tale of dignity maintained. Even as the cold, unfeeling world closed in around her, the prison bed, stripped of its cover, feels emptier, almost taunting. Yet somewhere within its threads, perhaps, lies one last echo of Mata Hari's indomitable spirit, eternally seeking to cover the bare truth. The woolen blanket remains silently enduring, just as she had. The cold, metal chair feels unforgiving beneath you. Its creaking seems almost sentient under her weight. Remember that sensation of unmovable hardness, a stark contrast to the delicate velvet opera capes you once draped over your shoulders. Here, there are no whispered compliments or flickering footlights, only the harsh, relentless questioning. You see the interrogator's eyes studying every twitch. Experts think this room, with its gray, windowless walls, was designed to erode defiance. Imagine her sitting here, spine straight, despite the chill that seeps through the thin fabric of her prison dress. Historians still argue whether this interrogation chair was positioned for maximum discomfort, or if it merely served as a prop to amplify her vulnerability. The interrogator's voice cuts through the silence, each question like a blade designed to pare away layers. You feel the sting of their relentlessness, even as you admire her unwavering gaze. Was there a moment, perhaps, experts ponder, when Mata Hari thought back to her dancer's silent dreams, the gauzy ballet ribbons twining around her wrists? Those moments of grace anchored her now, amidst the cruel fluorescence and cold steel. Some believe she maintained her regal demeanor not just for defiance, but as a shield, a performance, if you will. There are fringe tailies that she could subtly shift the narrative, confusing even her interrogators with half-truths spun like silk stockings over pistol holsters. That ability had always been her ace, adaptability born from years of evasion. Yet, historians still argue whether she revealed any critical information during these sessions. Was there a crack in her facade? Imagine the flicker of doubt dancing in her eyes as she faced accusations not of espionage, but of a deeper, more personal betrayal. Could the same grace that once graced the stages of Paris now be her downfall in these cold, unforgiving chambers? The room seems colder with each relentless question. Some theorize that the metal chairs were intentionally placed in front of the windows to prevent any natural light, a psychological tactic to disorient and break wills. Imagine, in this moment, her thoughts drifting back to the luxurious silk handkerchiefs soaked in perfume. A far cry from the stark reality of this interrogation chamber. Every minute stretches awkwardly, with even simple shifts causing a jarring creak of metal. You sense how these sounds, once benign, now echo ominously. Experts think the cold surfaces were a stark reminder of her fall from grace. Did cold steel beneath her fingertips prompt memories of the warm, embroidered hankies once traded with royalty? Here, amidst constant suspicion, the open debate continues. Did Mata Hari disclose her secret missions under the withering glare of these interrogation lights? Or did her resolve transform her into an impenetrable fortress, safeguarding the tangled webs of her allegiances and escapades? As the questioning persists, you imagine those secret networks of allied spies, friends, who once shared coded messages and tattered telegraph papers, now feeling her absence, each unspoken name a silent scream in the darkness. That feeling of isolation, experts think, must have gnawed deeper than any cold metal. In this chamber of harsh questions and stark realities, the true weight of her identity emerges. You grasp that her resilience, forged in the velvet luxury and shadowed corners of exotic lives, faces its ultimate trial amid cold steel and unremitting suspicion. And so, as you sit in the silence following her last answer, you feel the room itself holding its breath, awaiting the echoes of a life laid bare or fiercely concealed. Even now, with her eyes closed and breath held, Mata Hari may be tracing patterns in her memory. In the quiet aftermath of relentless interrogations, where the metal chair's creaking finally subsides, you sense her indomitable spirit seeking solace in the fabric of moments that defined her: velvet, silk, gauze. The chair's cold metal might be an adversary, but every echo of grace and strength in her memory fights back, an unending dance against the rigid boundaries of cold reality. Historians still argue whether she left that interrogation room with secrets intact, or as a woman finally stripped of her many layers. In these last moments of stillness, you reflect amidst the fading creaks of the chair. and the lingering scent of suspicion on a life where every fold, crease, and thread wove both freedom and confinement into a singular, unbreakable tapestry. And as the echoes of her footsteps recede from this room, the essence of Mata Hari endures, a complex, unfathomable mystery. The wooden chair groans softly beneath you. Its polished arms have felt countless grips of desperation. Remember the courtroom's oppressive air, a stark contrast to the breezy silk handkerchiefs you once held. Here, every gesture holds weight. Each word feels scrutinized beneath the glaring lights. You see rows of faces lined with curiosity, skepticism, and harsh judgment. Experts think that being in a French court during wartime must have felt like standing beneath a guillotine already. Feel the stiff collar of your prison dress itching against your neck. The prosecutor's voice rises, slicing through the silence, each accusation landing with unforgiving finality. Imagine her standing there, spine straight, even as the whispers of hundreds converge into one overwhelming roar. Historians still argue whether the courtroom was actually packed during her trial, or if it was merely filled with eager journalists exaggerating the spectacle for headlines. Eyes bore into you, scrutinizing. Did they notice the slight quiver in her fingers? Fringe rumors speak of court artists sketching with exaggerated fervor, capturing every perceived tremble for the tabloids waiting beyond those heavy double doors. But was it fear, or merely the culmination of relentless exhaustion? Despite her composed facade, the prosecutor's relentless questioning chips away at imagined defenses. You feel the press of history. Could one woman really hold sway over entire military outcomes? Experts think she must have had information that could have tipped entire battalions, all woven into those silk handkerchiefs clutched by her supporters in the gallery. And the handkerchiefs, so many daintily embroidered with promises of rescue. You almost expect Cleopatra herself to rise from a front row pew and whisk her away. Such was the theatrical intensity they carried. But this was no theater, and open debate rages. Did Mata Hari truly possess intelligence worth this grand spectacle? Even the judge's raised eyebrow seemed to echo their doubts. Imagine leaning in, just for a moment, toward a confidant, only to realize that in this arena, every inch closer might signify weakness. There are stories that her final plea was rehearsed not for dramatic effect, but as a means to grasp at any possible lifeline offered by that distant, frowning bench. Each question hurled your way felt like a weight, silken threads, tied too tightly around wrists, meant for freedom. Experts think the court deliberately orchestrated a display of power imbalance, a show to counter wartime anxieties. But amidst the grandeur, did echoes of warm laughter shared with army lieutenants linger in her mind's corridors? The gallery gasps, whether from shock or eagerness, who can say? You imagine the scrabbling notes of journalists, capturing each sound bite for tomorrow's front pages. Imagine her, in this moment of absolute scrutiny, reflecting on days where her mere presence softened military hearts, and the debates continue. Did those silk-threaded nights carry whispers of intelligence, or merely lovers' tender secrets? As the final gavel falls, the air thickens with collective breath. The room's tension tightens. Was this climax more anticipated than the latest Parisian premiere? Or were whispers of her innocence stifled by the need for a wartime scapegoat? Historians still argue whether that closing judgment was an act of justice or a tragic denouement designed to appease the masses. Even after the verdict, you trace the patterns of polished wood beneath your palms. In the quiet aftermath of courtroom drama, every detail sharpens: a bead of sweat, a handkerchief clutched too tightly, a fleeting hope extinguished under law's cold gaze. Her identity felt like those delicate threads of silk once held in courtrooms, beautiful, rare, but easily broken under immense pressure. In these final moments, amidst the fading echoes of courtroom clamor, you reflect upon a woman whose life was spun from whispers and threads, only to unravel in the hands of an unforgiving world. Could Mata Hari's spirit find solace in the knowledge her story would become as enigmatic as the fabrics that once cradled her life's secrets? As you stand, or perhaps stumble toward your uncertain future, one thing is clear: history remembers those whose stories are told and retold in the folds of its own fabric. Pale parchment awaits, its creamy surface offering the final canvas for her thoughts. You feel the feather quill's familiar weight, a delicate instrument now carrying the burden of goodbyes. The ink flows freely, dark against white, inscribing words meant for those left in this world. In solitude, you grapple with an ironic thought. Here, in this sterile cell, writing has become your primary escape. Remember how the silk handkerchiefs in the courtroom once carried coded whispers. Now, paper holds the gentle tremor of her farewell. Experts think that even in isolation, her writing maintained the nuances of a performer, each letter an act of defiance against erasure. You read through the last sentence, imagining the recipient's reaction. Historians still argue whether these letters were a plea for future vindication, or simply the articulations of a desperate soul, hoping to bridge the chasm of understanding. Fringe stories suggest she slipped pages to a sympathetic guard, who carefully concealed them beneath his uniform's drab layers. Yet, wasn't her entire life a series of letters and secrets never meant to be seen by direct eyes? You trace the elegant loops of her handwriting, noting how composed she remained even at this precipice. Despite the cell's chill, the parchment absorbs the warmth of her last emotional expressions. Was bravery simply the acceptance of one's fate, or the ability to write it down? You imagine her reflection in the tiny barred window. How much of that face had been crafted for other eyes? Experts think the woman they knew, Mata Hari, was perhaps mostly an illusion, a tapestry woven from countless strands of truth and fabrication. But is anyone here real, or just a version they've performed through societal constraints. As you inscribe her final lines, the irony isn't lost. How much more powerful are words that are spoken and then vanish versus those that exist to haunt or vindicate for eternity? You lean back, parchment rustling, and whisper to no one. Perhaps historians will one day puzzle over our own written relics. Will they understand us better, or simply decode more enigmas? A guard's distant footsteps echo down the corridor, a reminder of time's cruel march. You press the final letter closed with a sealing wax drop. Its red, a stark contrast. Was this red reminiscent of velvet opera capes that once carried her laughter through Parisian nights, or perhaps the blood-red stain of an ending all too foreseen? You sit beside a cold stove, feeling the letters stack like the last pages of an open book. Fringe tailies suggest some letters were intercepted, their words misread or manipulated. But no, imagine them now. Her final whispered messages slipping through censors' fingers, reaching souls meant to hold pieces of her legacy. In the stillness of that cell, the weight of each letter, each word, seems monumental. Historians still debate whether her final words held secret messages only those closest to her could decode. Perhaps, among ordinary farewells, lay hidden strategies or last, tender admissions of regret and love. As your fingers press one final time, you're drawn into the silence. In this room stripped of all but necessity, the parchment's whisper carries her final, silent tremor. Did the guards see the depth beyond mere words? Or was it just another duty carried out in war's shadow? Every letter she penned carries a world of meanings, some explicit, others meant for the eyes trained to read between the lines. You place the last letter aside and watch shadows deepen along its edges. Perhaps these relics will one day become as enigmatic as the fabrics she once used to weave her life's secrets. The cobblestones beneath your feet feel uneven, an unsettling reminder of the world's unpredictability. You cross the threshold into the stark cold of a prison cell, where even the air feels deliberately flattened. Stone walls rise around you, their surfaces a tapestry of cold indifference. Each stroke of the prison's chisel whispers centuries-old secrets, each scar an echo of souls who have known confinement. You're surrounded by the silence that only stone and silence can produce, a silence not void, but brimming with memories. You lean against the wall, letting its frost seep into your bones. Historians think ancient prisoners might have etched messages in these stones, communicating across generations. You look closer and see faint lines, their origins lost to time. Fringe tailies suggest hidden compartments carved by forgotten inmates, maybe places where they kept letters or precious trinkets, but who could ever know for certain now? Experts debate whether these walls are mausoleums or monuments. Historians still argue whether the stones hold the spirits of the lost. Imagine each wall's breaths telling stories in a language we've forgotten. The cold is biting. Yet the wall's touch feels oddly familiar, a strange comfort amid despair. Remember the worn battle flags weaving allegiances, each flag's thread perhaps ending up here, in this stone, in this isolated chamber. You grapple with your own version of history. Your thoughts are the only fabric left to stitch your narrative. The solitude weighs heavily. Even whispers become a burden. But isn't isolation itself a strange form of freedom, a forced retreat to one's deepest reflections? Or is it the last cage tightening its hold? You trace your hands along the jagged edges where mortar meets stone. Historians think different stones mark various eras of the prison, perhaps segments rebuilt, pieced together like a puzzle. Each new rock a story of repairs, of violence, or of decay. Fringe theory. Some believe secret passages lie behind these ancient stones, crafted by inmates who dreamed of escape but never returned. Mainstream history tells us that prisons like this one housed hundreds, even thousands of souls. Overcrowding is a tale you've encountered elsewhere. But here, the solitude feels almost intimate. The stones seem alive, each one holding the weight of someone's anguish, someone's hope. Do these walls bleed sorrow slowly, like ink seeping into parchment? Experts think this sort of emotional resonance has shaped the very air you breathe now. You find yourself musing on the notion of legacy. Is a life's mark solely what endures in written words or spoken tales? Or do the stones, too, sing? You imagine the layers upon layers of suffering, some noble, others unjust, all interwoven with humanity's complex tapestry. A whisper echoes in the corridor. The guard's footsteps again, as if reminding you of time's relentless march. A draft sweeps through, chilling your skin, or is it the whisper of ghosts? Fringe anecdotes even talk about spectral apparitions within these walls. Historians still debate whether these stories are more than mere projections of collective dread. But who here can afford clarity? You turn back to the cold bench, its rough surface digging into your spine. The prison's solitude forces you inward, forcing reflections you'd previously avoided. Experts think isolation like this reveals truths even the most eloquent spy couldn't hide. Each second becomes an hour, each memory 1,000 lifetimes. The stone walls drink in your musings, silently scribbling your essence onto their ancient canvases. A moment's stillness, and you catch a fleeting thought, a reflection of how she must have felt. The irony isn't lost. These very stones still stand, but a life's journey can be erased so easily. Historians still argue whether true legacies are carved in stone or woven through the subtleties of human connection. In this stark, echoing environment, your senses heighten. You listen intensely, almost hearing the whispers of those who came before, feeling echoes of their anguish, their hopes, their end. As if the very air here has become a vessel carrying not just breath, but the weight of centuries of confinement. Your thoughts wander back to coated handkerchiefs and whispered trysts. How much of who we are as constructed from moments meant for secrecy. Fringe speculation suggests prison walls amplify one's inner dialogue, sometimes merging with collective murmurs of all who have lived here. Experts think these auditory illusions can be almost therapeutic, a way to find others within oneself. You feel a strange kinship with those who paced these halls long ago. Even adversaries might recognize the human condition reflected in every cold stone and drafty corner. Historians still debate how much of incarceration is a punishment and how much a forced introspection. As the prison's silence deepens, the stone's cold seeps into your core. But there's something comforting in this shared endurance, a unity between you and countless others who have experienced solitude and confinement. Perhaps the real prison lies in the walls we build within ourselves, and breaking free requires demolishing those barriers stone by stone. You sit quietly, letting the walls bear witness to your presence. They absorb your essence, etch your moment into their eternal record, an ephemeral mark, yet one woven into the very fabric of existence. Tomorrow might erase your physical touch, but the stones will remember. The draft shifts, and you hear the distant murmur of footsteps once more, a reminder of the world beyond these walls. Yet, in this moment, you're content to remain imprisoned in solitude and reflection, knowing the stones will hold your thoughts until time forgets them, or until new prisoners breathe life into these ancient confines once again. The sun rises slowly, casting its pale light through the bars of your cell window. The linen blindfold rests softly on your lap, its fabric a whisper of impending finality. Its stark whiteness seems almost ironic, a veil of purity masking the world's grim rituals. Linen so often used for fresh beginnings, bed sheets, bandages, reduced to an executioner's tool. Who would have thought that something so humble could carry such weight? As you lift the blindfold, you're struck by its softness, an incongruous touch contrasting the day's grim proceedings. Historians think the use of blindfolds dates back to olden times, but some fringe theory suggests they were used in arcane rites long before the 1900s. Imagine priests or shamans, perhaps, guiding initiates through ancient ceremonies. The blindfold may have once symbolized enlightenment rather than obfuscation. Experts debate whether ritual functions have influenced modern execution procedures, but the irony stands. It's time. The moment edges closer, and the linen sits heavier in your hand. There's a poignant contrast between the sheerness of this fabric and the impending obliteration of sight. Historians still argue whether these rituals were created to ease the executioner's conscience or increase the condemned's anguish. The blindfold folds over one hand, each crease a silent echo of what's to come. You lay it aside, contemplating how fabric can be both shield and shroud. You watch its folds from across the cell, a plain piece of fabric transformed into something eerie and potent. Its corners are sharp, like a reminder of the finality awaiting you. The soldiers are coming, heavy boots pacing along cold corridors. The sound feels strangely rhythmic, almost as if preparing you more than escorting you. Experts think auditory cues in such settings serve to mentally guide prisoners through their last steps, turning randomness into order. In the last few moments, you're allowed to write. The pencil feels awkward in your hand, a sharp reminder of how mundane objects remain amid the extraordinary. The act of writing on pale parchment feels futile, yet comforting. Your words are a lifeline to a world on the brink of vanishing from your existence. You remember the worn journals where secrets were carved into pages, just as your reality now chisels into paper fibers. The cell's door creaks open, and a shaft of blinding light cuts across the floor. You squint, adjusting to the invasion of brightness. Shadows dance like phantoms, perhaps a reminder of the spectral tales whispered within these walls. The officers say nothing, but gesture firmly. Historians think that the stoicism during such moments is a carefully preserved tradition, but fringe narratives suggest that guards form emotional bonds, strangely personal, yet professionally detached. They pin your arms gently, a surprisingly careful gesture. The soldiers wear clean uniforms, but underneath, their faces betray fleeting moments of unease. Perhaps today's routine holds an unusual heaviness. The blindfold shifts in your hand, waiting. You fold it neatly, a quiet act of defiance or acquiescence. Experts debate whether maintaining dignity at such moments is an individual's last stand against institutional power. As they lead you down the corridor, you notice the wall's subtle imperfections, tiny marks left by tools, chips from years of wear, perhaps even the etchings of despair from prisoners before you. Mainstream historians would probably note that these wear marks are testaments to structural endurance, while fringe theories imagine coded messages meant to guide future inmates. The debate over hidden meanings continues, and today you're part of that unfolding narrative. Every breath grows heavier, the air saturated with shared sorrow and silent prayers. The footsteps synchronize with your pulse, a jarring metronome. The blindfold's softness contrasts the grit under your feet as the fabric finally slips over your eyes. Darkness envelopes you, and the last visual markers of your life fade. You're ushered forward, the fabric now a silent witness to humanity's final act of vulnerability. They stop moving. Cold air prickles your skin, a ghostly touch. The blindfold smothers your vision, a stark contrast to the mental images you vividly conjure. Soldiers' uniforms, gleaming weapons, the sky overhead. Experts think blindfolds are psychological anchors, making the unknown known by substituting imagination. Fringe ideas suggest that sight deprivation heightens other senses, a last, cruel grace note. The silence stretches, a pause pregnant with finality. There's a rustle of fabric, shifting uniforms, and the oiled hinges of rifles being raised. Historians still argue whether this moment prolongs suffering or grants a merciful escape from reality. You fold the blindfold's edges once more. Its creases now imprints on your memory, if not on the fabric itself. In its folds, you find the quietest form of endurance and the most profound form of letting go. Mud-splattered boots mark the silent path beneath your feet, each step leaving behind an imprint of inevitability. The earth feels dense, holding onto these final traces as a grim memento. The boots themselves, worn and heavy, carry a history of countless final walks. Experts think soldiers often reuse the same pair, the wear patterns becoming intimate stories of obedience and duty. Your mind drifts across past stories hidden in shoe leather. The march to surrender, the parade of victory, the daily patrols turned somber processions. How many shoes like these have tread over cobblestones slick with morning dew? Crunched fallen leaves beneath. Did every scuff mark a final step? There's something uniquely tragic in footwear, so commonly utilitarian, taking on the weight of moments like these. Each step feels strangely synchronized with memories now. The first pair Mama bought you, the heeled boots that clinked at Paris nights, the soft slippers of your last lover. The weight of each recollection mirrors the physical burden you carry forward. Historians still argue whether shoe choices can reveal deeper layers of a person's psychology. But the leather's creases here hold stories that perhaps only the ground understands. The path seems to stretch longer now, with each footfall echoing both a heartbeat and a countdown. Shadows of figures emerge in peripheral thoughts. Are they witnesses, guards, or perhaps ghosts of prior days? The road twists slightly, lined with trees bearing spring's first stubborn flowers. Experts think nature's resilience in such places offers stark comfort or unsettling normalcy. You're not sure which it offers to you today. You focus on the uneven ground, each rock and root an obstacle forcing awareness into the present. The uneven texture beneath pulls you back from the abyss of thought, life's fragility captured in your gait. Experts think that the grounding of physicality provides the most direct tether to reality during overwhelming moments, a trick the mind both craves and resists. Another set of boots steps beside you, crunching mud with a crisp precision. The guard's footsteps have their own cadence, controlled yet eerily detached. You imagine their training, how to march, how to shoot, how to remain silent when guiding the condemned. The irony of their discipline doesn't escape you, a formality masking the irreversible nature of today's ceremony. Historians still argue whether such rituals preserve dignity or extend suffering. The blindfold, already heavy in your pocket, serving as a testament to both. Perhaps it's like the crocodile dung sunscreen you once tried, an ancient beauty ritual turned macabre in modernity. Your fleeting smile turns bitter as you remember how trends can carry life and death stakes. Ahead, the landscape shifts to an old stone courtyard where echoes of past executions linger like spectral whispers. Each breath you take seems amplified, heavy with the layers of sorrow this place has witnessed. The stone wall is cold to the touch, its surface rough, yet worn like the stories it has silently observed. Experts think the tactile reality of this barrier creates a necessary boundary between you and the world, living and dying, past and present. The soldiers stop, the sudden cessation almost throwing off balance. The stillness feels unnatural, a vacuum filled only by the beating of your heart, or is it echo? There's an awkward exchange of words around you, sharp and clipped, yet devoid of menace. Perhaps it's protocol, perhaps it's detachment, perhaps it's both. The final steps are a blur, more propelled than walked. The blindfold falls across your eyes again, resealing your personal darkness. Fingers guide you towards that cold, unyielding stone. The boots stop, leaving their last, definitive marks on the earth, now silent behind you. Your knees buckle slightly, a last gasp of the body's natural survival instinct. The soldier's touch tightens briefly, then falls away. A sudden wind, cold and biting, seems to steal the warmth right from your skin. It's an odd reprieve in all this silence, a reminder of the outside world, one you soon won't have to bear. There's a shuffle, metal clinks, commands spoken with rehearsed finality. Hands fumble with belts, buttons, and straps. The material rituals continue, each a step closer to the irreversible. There are whispered prayers in the breeze, or are they imagined? History's debate rages onward. Do prayers provide comfort or heighten dread in such moments? You once scoffed at such traditions. Now they feel both lifeline and anchor. With each gust, the blindfold flutters, a silent partner in ritual you didn't choose. Experts think the collective memory of such executions weaves into cultural fabric, a deterrent, a warning, or a final embrace. Historians ponder whether this is the most primitive form of societal storytelling, the final curtain on life's narrative. There's a sudden stillness, an exhalation from the world, only heartbeats away. The last thing you're aware of are the boots, still firmly planted, echoing with your own silent steps. And then, a stillness that will never end. Heavy greatcoats carry fate's cold promise. You feel the rough fabric graze your skin as they position you, their weight a physical manifestation of irreversible decisions. Every thread seems woven with finality. Historians still argue whether clothing choices before execution held symbolic meaning. You'd laugh. Except it's your threadbare existence, now hanging in the balance. The coats around you move like shadows, an entourage of silence thicker than the wool pressing against your back. Their weight seems heavier now, perhaps the burden of history settling into fibers once worn on ordinary streets. You recall the first time you donned a coat, buttoning up against chill breezes, how the heaviness felt inviting, protective. Now the pressure is suffocating, each garment thread stitched with finality. The soldiers wear their coats' rigidity with practiced detachment, whereas yours sags with an almost gravitational pull toward whatever waits beyond the next heartbeat. Experts think that clothing can absorb a wearer's state of mind. Could these coats hold echoes of judgment and inevitability? Your final coat certainly seems heavier than the air itself around you. The wind picks up again, pushing through the heavy fabric. It whispers forgotten stories through thread gaps, ancient yarns from battles long since silent. The fringe theory lingers here. They say fabric fibers can transfer emotional residue, storing decades of human experiences. Maybe today, those heavy coats are silently apologizing for their inability to shield fate. You feel a peculiar kinship with these garments now, both final pieces in a story you can't author. Somewhere in the distance, a different kind of coat hangs forgotten, embroidered with delicate, mocking promises of freedom you'll never reclaim. But here, history's weight pins you down instead. Experts think the final attire signifies both ceremony and closure, though to you, it feels more like a shroud in waiting. The last adjustment comes. You hear muttered instructions. The soldiers' voices blend into a single static hum beyond the coarse material around your neck. Even the air here feels weighed down, perhaps from holding so many collective breaths. Is this what finality tastes like? You always thought it would be a grand gesture, not the slow pull of fabric wrapping around your own. As the coats part slightly, shuffling, adjusting positions, a fleeting moment exposes your skin to that cold bite. The brief relief reveals how each coat's hem could have turned in any direction, your history's many possible paths now converging. Historians still argue the emotional impact of ritual attire in capital punishments, whether it symbolizes dignity or dehumanization. Here, in the cold grasp of these final garments, both seem terrifyingly true. You think back to that time you chose a coat for its stylish flair, how layers once represented personality and protection. Now these heavy wools seem indifferent, carrying you to a fate no thread can change. Somewhere between your first coat and this final one, life wove its own irreversible narrative, one the world will remember long after these fabrics fray. A whisper circulates among the coats, perhaps of readiness, perhaps remorse. How many times have they donned this weight, only to shed it later in smoke and flame? You feel the coats settle once more around you, a circle of woolen finality from which there's no escape. Historians say this moment holds the paradox of life's greatest fragility and dignity simultaneously. You only know it's the last coat you'll ever wear. The final stillness returns, the world waiting in suspended animation. Even amidst this, the coat's weight grounds you in a chilling inevitability, heavy, inevitable, cold. The air around you, thick with unshed breaths, seems to vibrate with the unspoken weight of history. Experts think the weight of fabric during such moments imprints last echoes of human experiences. Here, each fold feels imbued with finality. The coats close ranks around you now, wool pressing silence into your being. Perhaps somewhere within these fibers, is the quietest promise that even when your story ends, the world those coats will continue their heavy march into tomorrow. As the last fabric barrier settles the culmination of layers upon layers, a sudden peace rushes through, perhaps an acceptance, or simply the finality of a story woven into wool. There's a pause, a collective indrawn breath among the coats. You felt hundreds of these lifetimes draped around your shoulders, but this one feels both the heaviest and lightest. Whether it's dignity or dehumanization, they symbolize in this singular moment. Historians will argue forever. But you know, in the heart of this irreversible weight, they're merely a final garment in your life's fabric, now complete. You're facing the cold dawn, the world's breath misting before your eyes, the last sight many see. Mud-spattered boots march in unison, their rhythmic crunch barely heard beneath the weight pressing on your chest. Each step feels like walking through layers of yesterdays and tomorrows you'll never see. Historians still argue whether last walks like this were intended as penance or final mercy. Heavy footsteps echo the last path you'll ever tread. The boots around you are methodical, every splatter of mud a silent testament to inevitability. Their leather seems to drink in every ounce of reality, grounding what minutes remain in a tangible, suffocating present. You think briefly of that old theory: leather can absorb scents, perhaps even intentions. Today, it seems to carry only finality and gravity. You look down, your own steps following a predetermined course. The mud clings stubbornly to each slog forward, weighting each motion with an almost palpable finality. Remember those old pirate tales about being made to walk the plank. Only this final stretch has no ocean under it, just cold earth receiving your last footprints. The humor feels bitter, but it's yours for a moment. The boots carry on, the world narrowing to one final road. Everything beyond shrinks away: the trees, the sky, the unseen spectators. All that remains is this mud-flecked path. Fringe thinkers believe each last step is secretly a rebellion, a reclaiming of autonomy amid control. Today, every clod of mud is a tiny assertion, even if the journey's end is already chosen. The damp air chills as the boot's rhythm becomes your heartbeat. Each splash tells a story you once thought endless. You consider how historians will sift through this moment. Experts think future generations may one day romanticize these same muddy boots in textbooks or novels to be. They'll be part of a legacy. Here, they're just the weight against your feet, marching to an end. Every boot step seems to echo the history surrounding this moment. Battles won and lost march alongside you, invisible but ever present. Remember those stories of troops crossing rivers or deserts, their boots the only barrier between them and oblivion. Today, your boots carry forward into an entirely different sort of unknown, one marked by a firing squad's readiness rather than enemy scouts. Humor fades fast when reality closes in. The path's finality closes around you like those heavy coats. The mud, a grounding agent in this surreal theater. There's an odd kinship with each boot beside you. They too know this path leads nowhere familiar. Every splash seems to pull you deeper into that finality. Every pause a moment stolen back from fate. The world outside, its noise, its distractions, seems a million miles away. Each step feels heavier. Each slosh of mud, a reminder of this borrowed time. Your boots, once symbols of freedom and journey, are now shackled to inevitability. Experts think the final walk was designed to force reflection, every second extending both the life sentence and the liberation of surrender. Today, they merely count down a borrowed rhythm toward a borrowed future. You feel a momentary lightness with each boot lifting, just before it squelches back into the mud. How many feet have walked this same path before you? How many boots absorbed their last hopes? The thought makes you briefly question if historians will even record this, whether your name will join the mud's whispers or vanish with the drying sun. You'll probably never know, but that uncertainty is still yours to feel. The boots finally come to rest. That singular moment stretches like an endless pause, heavy air thickening around your skin. Every breath comes sharper now, each heartbeat louder. You realize only your feet know freedom here, the mud they've left behind, already reclaiming its own cold stillness. The boots may carry fate, but your consciousness floats free at least for these fleeting seconds. As the heavy coats reassert themselves, blocking both wind and sunlight, you wonder how many final moments have hinged on this same choreography. Heavy garments, determined footsteps, the theater of authority's cold pageant. In some forgotten annals, will your own mud-spattered path stand out? Will someone muse on the boots you wore, or will the march simply dissolve into the same narrative dust you traced today? They're in place now, soldiers steady, their eyes hidden beneath the rim of helmets. The mud's whisper falls silent. Reality sharpens into a single, brutal clarity. You glance back over the path, those boots marked trails through your life, now ending in one final, irrefutable track. For an instant, an absurd wish flares. Imagine, just once, those boots leading out of here. But wishes dissolve, replaced by the solemn finality of today. The mud below finally reclaims its hold, the boots still, the march over. What does the world say about final steps and footprints? Historians still argue about what those final strides reveal about the human psyche. But right now, those muddy impressions seem to capture something raw and honest, a testament etched by time and purpose. You hope they see it, whatever comes next. The soldiers stiffen. You steel yourself, breath held. The final narrative beats against your consciousness like rainfall against a tautened canvas, a symphony of endings woven through the fabric of time itself. And there, in your final breath, between mud and coats and boots, the fleeting glimpse of tomorrow feels achingly complete. White sheets lie in perfect stillness, an unnerving contrast to the morning's tense rhythm. Their starched lines appear sharp against the wooden platform behind you. Experts think such rigid staging was intended to symbolize order amidst chaos. Today, they're merely props for a tableau you're unwillingly starring in. You notice the linen's faint weave, each intersection holding stories of other fates. That's a quirk, they say, how executioners preferred new sheets to mask the process's brutality. Fringe believers even claim the textiles could absorb the soul's final echo. Well, you hope today's linen is a bit picky about who it listens to. The sheets drape across metal stretchers, their corners held tight by rope ties. Every knot seems to pulse with the room's electric suspense, each loop representing a silenced breath. You recall those tales about knots being omens of fate. Historians still argue whether this ritual ever held divine meaning or was merely stagecraft efficiency. Today, there's no debating their purpose. They're anchors for the inevitable conclusion. The soldiers' coats swish heavily as they approach the linens. The fabrics rustle, adding an almost theatrical accent. You think wryly that even shrouds get a better wardrobe than some dignitaries. The sheet's crisp folds seem to mock you. Here you are, playing Shakespeare's worst act, while they remain perfectly, hauntingly pristine. You glance away, your eyes settling on those ropes. Notice how they're tightly wound, every coil seemingly conspiring to deny the very life you once held. Experts think rope knots were standardized to avoid malfunctions, a grim balance between human error and efficiency. Today, you understand. Precision makes acceptance easier for everyone, except the one left behind, of course. There's an odd serenity as the sheets are arranged. Their crisp edges hold a paradoxical calm. The contrast against the muddy boots' earlier chaos couldn't be starker. Historians believe the white often served to shock the condemned into final submission, a last-minute canvas for regrets and confessions. Now, those squares offer you only cold reality, a blank slate that speaks with alarming certainty. Time feels simultaneously eternal and fleeting as the soldiers complete their grim task. Each sheet corner is fastened down with a methodical tug and twist. They're precise, almost as if ensuring the fabric's stillness isn't disturbed by the weight that's to come. There's that fringe theory again. Some think proper knotting directs fate's final flow. But really, they're probably just making sure you won't fall off the stretcher. No grand mysteries here. The sheets lie fully arranged now, an eerie calmness washing over the scene. Their smooth expanse seems to invite and repel you in equal measure. Remember how artists often shrouded subjects mid-process. It's like one of those paintings caught between revelation and concealment. Except today, there's no second act to reveal a masterpiece. Here, the final brush stroke has always been this. You find your gaze drawn to a single crease, an imperfection in what's designed to be a seamless symbol of conclusion. Fringe thinkers might say that's where your essence will pool, a last rebellion against smooth surrender, perhaps. Or maybe it's just there to remind you not everything holds meaning. Sometimes things are exactly what they seem: plain, undecorated, final. The soldiers' movements become softer now, their previous rigidity replaced with the mechanics of solemn routine. The sheets serve as their script, guiding their final motions. Experts think this is an orchestrated grace note, softening what's to come. You just know that every smooth fold, every precise tug, only brings the conclusion closer. The final sheet is in place. Its untouched surface now awaits its role in this morbid ballet. You almost expect the texture to change, become warm, alive. But of course, it remains just cloth. There's a strange comfort in that, a reminder that within this surreal scenario, some things retain their dull inevitability. Historians will ponder whether this use of white was psychologically intended to elicit certain emotional responses. Today, the color's meaning is stripped down to its rawest state. Blankness as finality. The white sheets are the end's silent herald, proclaiming all previous threads, mud, fabric, history, have finally reached their knot. As those sheets await their role, you ponder, how many others have seen this same conclusion through their eyes? The fabric's unblemished surface offers no answers, holding only the stillness of potential completion. Experts say this precise ritual is intended, some argue successfully, as a psychological closure for both the onlookers and the damned. Today, the silence it brings feels like an eternity, encapsulated in a single, endless breath. The white sheets remain perfectly still, their untouched edges a disturbing contrast to the world's earlier chaos. Their emptiness mocks you, not blank as in unwritten, but blank as in scrubbed clean. You realize the horror isn't just their intended use, but how they could have easily been tablecloths or hospital coverings. Context turns all fabric sinister. Each corner knot seems to pulse, a synchronization with your pounding heartbeat. The sheets lie taut, their edges pressed down by rope cords that cut across the stretchers with unnerving precision. Fringe speculation aside, these knots are about containment, both physical and symbolic. When your history, they'll be your silent guardian, folding you into the narrative's neat closure. The soldiers retreat back to their positions, the air now charged with cold finality. The sheets lie in wait, the room holding its collective breath. You can't help but marvel all those previous threads, from Dutch linen whispers through frayed noose ropes, led to this one final piece of fabric, the epitome of quiet resolution. Your mind briefly wanders to the other side. Who will touch those sheets next? Experts think handlers developed rituals to cope with the aftermath, perhaps even burning any tainted fabric immediately. Today, those starched folds will absorb your last breath, then revert to their everyday utility, or be filed away as silent testaments to someone's final, irrevocable journey. In your last moments, you realize the true horror of white sheets isn't their stark symbolism. No, it's how they'll resume their mundane existence long after the life they absorbed slips back into the world's uncaring rhythm. These will likely be laundered, folded, stored, reused. Someday, they might even cradle another soul into finality. Meanwhile, you won't be coming back for another act, and so the sheets remain perfectly still, awaiting their role, each line of weaving holding histories, both known and unwritten. Today, they're your last sight, their pristine surface sealing a narrative begun with Dutch linen, and whispered first secrets as your consciousness merges with their stillness. The final truth strikes. Some stories end abruptly, leaving only fabric's quiet embrace to mark what was and what can never come again. Historians' scarves hold her final whispers. You run your fingers across their woven threads, feeling the past's echo. Modern historians wear woolen scarves during presentations, a ceremonial habit that supposedly channels past conversations. Fringe groups even claim these fabrics might have absorbed the energy from lecture rooms, where Mata Hari's name was invoked, making them artifacts of intellectual resonance. Each yarn twist in this scarf seems to carry whispered debates. Experts think the tactile tradition adds weight to academic discussions, perhaps serving as a physical grounding reminder. Yet here you are, holding cashmere that's felt the vibrations of hundreds of interpretations. These fibers have endured a century of discourse, each fiber absorbing countless revisions of Mata Hari's true nature. You trace the patterns, realizing how the diagonal weave mirrors her life's journey, intersecting paths full of sharp angles. Historians still argue whether Mata Hari's espionage activities significantly impacted World War I, or were mostly a romanticized legend. This scarf's threads, twisted so precisely, seem to echo that tension of divergent truths. Somewhere in its knit, you imagine debates about her motives woven into its very structure. The fabric's warmth surprises you, a stark contrast to cold marble memorials or dusty archives. Perhaps it's the lingering heat from those passionate historian arguments. Fringe theory even suggests these scarves might hold residual etheric energy from moments of breakthrough revelation. If that's true, you're clutching the distilled essence of 100 scholarly debates about her true allegiances hidden within this looped cashmere. Between the scarf's fibers, you glimpse modern life's imprint. Coffee stains from frantic nights, crafting papers, or tiny snags from hurried commutes. Academic scarves may look pristine on the surface, but up close you read a whole biography of stress, dedication, and intellectual pursuit. Historians still argue whether these imperfections devalue the textile's significance or actually enhance it, making it a living document of inquiry. This scarf's worn patches tell stories of endless symposiums, whispered, off-the-record theories, and the quiet revisions of accepted narratives. Experts think the very act of donning this garment activates a transmission of historical knowledge, like those ancient shamans who believed clothing could transfer spirits. Today, as you wrap it around your shoulders, you feel the collective weight of her story, layered through decades of scrutiny and reevaluation. You pause, noticing a curious embroidery. Was that a deliberate choice or accidental needlework? Fringe beliefs hold that hidden symbols were sometimes woven into historians' garments, acting as mnemonic devices for secret hypotheses. Maybe this thread cluster encodes the unresolved question of whether she was more myth than actor, a riddle stitched in plain sight, yet only revealed through touch. Its fringed ends sway slightly as you move, brushing against pages of journals. Each tassel represents a discarded theory, each tiny knot an unresolved contradiction. Historians still argue whether her personal letters should be read as earnest reflections or as coded espionage messages. This scarf's hem seems to hold both truths within its delicate balance, a physical testament to her enduring narrative complexity. The final revelation comes when you notice a strange discoloration, a pale patch where the material seems worn thinner. Was this the exact spot gripped tightly during that 1917 breakthrough moment? Experts think prolonged contact during revelatory discoveries imprints on academic wear, making these faded sections thought-burned zones recording the intensity of inquiry. If true, you hold the very epicenter of Mata Hari's historiographical reevaluation in your hand. Your senses are overwhelmed by layers of past interpretations. You can practically hear the hushed tones of archival whispers and frantic notes scrambled on old typewriters. This scarf isn't just cloth, it's the distillation of 100 years of debate, of whispered secrets and bold discoveries. As its warmth seeps into your skin, you know, Mata Hari remains undissolvable, woven infinitely through time's fabric, each strand echoing her eternal complexity. Worn journals reveal truths behind the secrets, each faded page holding whispered reverberations. You flip through leather-bound volumes, brittle with age, their spines cracked from a century of curious minds seeking the ultimate enigma. Historians used to write in journals with dipped pens, requiring them to maintain a steady rhythm in their strokes, perhaps adding precision to their inquiries. Some fringe theorists go even further, claiming that the ink's metallic compounds could have absorbed Mata Hari's residual thoughts whenever researchers consulted her files, making these books conduits of intellectual echoes. As you trace the margin notes, you find layered revisions, scratched out dates, and hastily added side commentaries. Historians still argue whether these journal edits reflect a journey toward truth or whether they represent academic biases molding the narrative. This page in front of you, filled with tiny scribbles and corrections, feels like a battleground of perspectives where her story constantly reshapes and realigns. One particularly crumpled entry attracts your attention. Its ink has blurred, as if someone spilled their coffee in frustration mid-sentence. Experts think the physical accidents in journals hold as much significance as planned annotations, revealing moments of crisis or breakthroughs. Was that coffee spill an epiphany, unraveling the myth, or a setback that pushed their theories askew? The stain's shape might even suggest something deliberate, a hidden glyph representing another of her rumored codes, woven into scholarly mishap. Embedded in a fragile journal page is a pressed violet petal. Historians used flowers as bookmarks, but fringe theories suggest deeper meanings, each petal type hinting at encrypted messages. Could this violet be a symbol of fidelity, placed hastily as researchers uncovered contradictory truths about Mata Hari's loyalties? Experts think that Victorian-era coding systems often leveraged botanical markers, transforming something seemingly innocent into a secret signifier. One journal spreads open a sketch of Mata Hari wearing an intricate lace gown. The pencil strokes are delicate, almost reverent. Historians still argue over the accuracy of such artistic interpretations. Did they aim to capture truth or create an aspirational myth? This sketch's delicate lines could be seen as a portrait of the era's romanticized ideal, or a deliberate anachronism, distancing her from the grim espionage narrative. Perhaps that lace collar represents something more than aesthetic flourish, a coded clue embedded in textile artistry. Suddenly, an entry catches your eye with its oddly modern tone. We found something beneath the floorboards. Historians think that original investigators left Easter eggs for future generations, often in plain sight, yet cleverly concealed. The floorboards might refer to both literal hiding places in safe houses and metaphorical, uncovered layers of historical investigation. Fringe theories claim these messages were written with lemon juice, an invisible ink technique from the era, revealing truths only when scrutinized with ultraviolet light. A marginal diagram shows complex knot patterns, perhaps nautical or possibly Masonic in origin. Experts think secret societies may have used knotting systems as mnemonic devices to encode histories they wished to preserve covertly. What if Mata Hari's rumored double life wasn't solely military intrigue, but interwoven with deeper mysteries hinted at through symbolic knotwork? Those journal margins might hold more than academic scribblings. They may reveal the secret cipher of her true allegiances. Some entries are inked in a different shade, suggesting multiple contributors. Historians still argue whether these collaborative journals reflect shared discoveries or intentional misdirections. The color shift marks pivotal moments, perhaps times when an academic ally was invited to verify evidence, or when competing hypotheses were being tested. Every new ink bleed feels like a silent dialogue between those scholars, leaving echoes of their debates hidden within those seams of intellectual exchange. One entry stands out as a long, looping equation filled with crossed-out variable names. Historians think early cryptography often mirrored mathematical constructs, suggesting code within code. The fringe theory extends into speculative quantum realms. Could these be equations of probability, mapping alternate outcomes for her espionage missions? Each erased variable, perhaps, represents a different historical. What if a theoretical offshoot where she evaded capture or changed the war's tides unnoticed? The equation's complexity reflects the layered narratives that historians desperately try to unravel. You find pages ripped out entirely, intentionally, or by accident. Historians think that self-censorship may have occurred when journals were scrutinized for wartime discretion, erasing sensitive analysis. Or were these deletions something more nefarious, a later investigator covering their tracks after discovering the real truth? Experts speculate that many historical archives contain intentional gaps, a deliberate act of narrative control. Each missing piece amplifies Mata Hari's mystique as much as the documented details. Flipping to the journal's final pages, you notice entries that reference digital transcriptions required. Here's the leap into modernity, where historians now use digital archives to preserve analog records. While theorizing, they may also lose interpretive nuances in the transfer. These ancient tools remain in contrast to our screen-based inquiries, while future historians decode our pixelated erasures and coded digital entries the same way we do these. The cycle continues, each medium holding echoes of Mata Hari's shifting story. Resting your fingertips on the journal cover, you recognize how these faded, well-worn pages hold more than Mata Hari's history. They embody the process of history itself. These fragile pages echo the same tensions woven into our perceptions, the oscillation between myth and reality, between the historian's ink and the era they're reconstructing. As you close the final volume, you know her truths, like the journal's brittle pages, will forever be a tapestry of interwoven secrets and interpretive threads. And as you step back, you realize historians are always both explorers and preservationists, their worn journals holding fragments of the past, while their present inquiries continuously shape history's narrative. Through every frayed page, each marginal scrawl, and every coffee-stained epiphany, the story of Mata Hari, though etched into time's fabric, remains eternally in flux, awaiting the next discovery, the next whisper to emerge from her story's woven depths. Modern fabrics weave her enduring spirit, threads that stretch far beyond those worn journals. As you walk through fabric stores today, you might not realize that each pattern has absorbed whispers of Mata Hari's legend. When you caress the smooth surface of silk charmeuse, remember the flowing gowns that once cloaked her espionage missions. Historians still argue whether her choice of fabrics carried coded messages or were merely reflective of opulent tastes. Did those sumptuous textures serve clandestine purposes? Or were they simply fashionable shields? Let's consider how technology infuses new life into her mystique. Did you know they recreated her gown using 3D imaging, unveiling an exact reproduction in a Parisian exhibition? Fringe enthusiasts claim the patterns hold biosignature residues from Mata Hari's DNA, linking past secrets with future technologies. Though most experts roll their eyes at that, even in modern digital archives, her wardrobe remains a topic of endless debate. Touch a woven scarf with Art Deco patterns, and you might feel a direct link to Mata Hari's era. Historians think these motifs often masked hidden symbols. A zigzag could represent a coded map route, while a starburst might denote significant tryst locations. Experts speculate that her choice of accessories wasn't just about style. Each piece carried encrypted layers of her secret assignments. Those intricate patterns, they might be more than just aesthetics. They're the blueprints of her daring double life. Then there's the modern impact on espionage training. Remember those knots in the earlier journals? Today, advanced fabric sensing technologies could digitize knot patterns for data encryption. Did Mata Hari foresee this evolution? Historians still argue whether her methods directly influenced modern cryptography standards. Those looping diagrams may not just be historical footnotes, but predictive tools woven into the fabric of technological advancement. Reach out to touch a velvet tablecloth in a dim coffee shop. Historians say it's the same material that furnished her favorite Parisian cafes. Experts think those plush surfaces absorbed more than just the ambience. They collected the vibrations of hushed conversations, clandestine exchanges, and layered whispers of wartime secrets. Did Mata Hari ever meet operatives over such a table? Fringe theorists suggest she developed a tactile communication system where pressing fingertips into different velvet textures signaled critical responses. Could the material of her meetings be more than just backdrops? Walk past a store window displaying shimmering sequin dresses. Remember Mata Hari's fascination with theatrical flair. Historians think her stage costumes weren't purely for show. They carried hidden compartments and coded messages. That sequin sparkle you're admiring, it may have originally concealed vital intel for covert exchanges. Experts speculate that her performance attire doubled as sophisticated espionage tools. Could that disco ball in the corner be a modern remnant of her tactics? Everyday fabrics now absorb her lingering presence, even in digital spaces. Imagine ordering fabric online, and somewhere in the pixelated world, a Mata Hari-inspired pattern waits. Historians argue whether these virtual renderings dilute or revitalize her legacy, creating a digital tapestry that melds past secrets with internet commerce. Could she be both a historical enigma and a clickable commodity? Let's not overlook how her legend threads into fashion weeks today. Designers weave her silhouette into runway looks, Remember the lace gown sketch in journals. Fringe theorists suggest that modern designers unconsciously tap into her coded imagery, perpetuating her symbols through haute couture. Historians speculate whether these runway trends merely mimic her fashion or carry forward hidden messages in plain sight. Feel the scratch of wool in winter clothing. Perhaps her ghost feels this too. Historians think her winter greatcoat was custom fitted for espionage missions, containing hidden pockets and weighted linings. Experts now debate whether modern tactical wear borrows concepts from her tailored gear. That itchy sweater might have more layered history than you think, literally stitching covert traditions into contemporary designs. Now, picture your favorite denim jeans. Historians still argue whether utilitarian fabrics during wartime were influenced by Mata Hari's practical espionage needs. Fringe theories propose that denim's durability made it a perfect canvas for coded stitching techniques. Could those iconic stitches hold more narrative layers than just casual wear? Perhaps in every pair of jeans, her strategic foresight continues its silent march. Finally, as you step into a store and run your fingers across various textiles, experts think you're touching more than just fashion trends. Each piece weaves into the vast story of espionage evolution, historical reimaginings, and technological advancements, reminding us that, through the fabric of society, Mata Hari's whispers still breathe. Her legacy doesn't just reside in moth-eaten journals or ancient silk gowns. It's a living fabric interwoven into our very existence. So next time you adjust your scarf or smooth your tablecloth, remember, beneath the patterns and textures lie thousands of threads, each humming with secrets of a most enigmatic woman in history. As we conclude our journey through fibers and histories, let's soften our focus and slow our breath, allowing each thought to settle gently, like a feather drifting down in a quiet room. Our exploration of fabric as a vessel of Mata Hari's legacy has led us through time, each pattern, each thread carrying whispers of an enigmatic life, now part of our shared tapestry. As you stroll through the fabric store, feel the silk charmeuse beneath your fingertips. Remember its connection to Mata Hari's flowing gowns, each caress a bridge connecting you to a world rich with secrets and allure. Historians say those textures hold more than elegance. They carry traces of espionage and mystery. Though whether these are truths or legends, it hardly matters now. Let your mind drift, imagining the soft glide of silk shielding her coded missions, the luxurious feel concealing untold secrets. Recall those Art Deco scarf patterns, their intricate designs weaving tailies of hidden symbols. Experts speculate that each zigzag and starburst holds keys to clandestine mysteries, their beauty masking encrypted narratives. Picture the subtle movements, the clandestine whispers shared over plush velvet, its surface resonating with vibrations of old conversations. Perhaps Mata Hari's very words Feel that velvet under your palm and sense the lingering echoes of wartime stories. When you see shimmering sequins, remember her stage performances, theatrical yet rich in covert strategy. Historians think those dazzling lights concealed coded messages, transforming art into espionage tools. Imagine her moving under the spotlight's glow, her costumes shimmering with concealed intel, every step and twirl a dance of duality. Modern technology has breathed life into her legend. Experts think her gowns digitally reconstructed, patterns studied to decipher hidden codes and historical whispers. But remember, the true essence of Mata Hari isn't confined to pixels or exhibitions. Even online, through threads digitized, she remains an enigma, a click away, yet ever elusive. As designers bring her silhouette to life on runways, they unknowingly harness her coded imagery. The lace's trace, the silhouette's grace, whether by design or coincidence, her spirit flows through modern fabric. Touch wool in winter clothes and feel historical warmth. Her winter coats, custom fitted for secrecy, perhaps even influencing today's tactical wear. Let your fingers trail over denim's rough threads. Some historians speculate that wartime practicalities influenced utilitarian fabrics. Could those stitches echo Mata Hari's coded methods? Every pair of jeans might carry tales of covert messages woven through time. Remember, as you walk through stores and touch varied textiles, you're part of a vast narrative, threads of history woven seamlessly with the present. Mata Hari's spirit resonates in each fiber, her whispers subtly threading through fashion, technology, and our daily lives. So whenever you adjust a scarf or smooth a table's surface, pause and recognize the hidden tales interwoven in each pattern, each texture. Beneath the sheen of silk or the roughness of denim, the story of history's most enigmatic woman continues to breathe softly, woven into the very fabric of society.